Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. We are going to begin with our clerk, who will take roll call to establish quorum.
Okay, Supervisor Allen. Here. Supervisor Cano. Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines.
Present.
Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Cano is not present. All other board members are present.
All right, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, Supervisor Cano will be here. He's running a little bit late, but he will be here we think in about 15, 20 minutes. All right, let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, which is going to be led by Angela Preciado. Angela is an accountant with Finance and Risk Management.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Preciado. Anything you want to share with us about finance and risk management? You don't have to, but...
It's been a very challenging year for us. We are all working together as a team. We have very strong support, and we continue to look forward to having support and success in our department.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here today. We'll move on now to the land acknowledgement statement that is to be offered by Dr. Michael Katutwa Johnson. Dr. Johnson is an assistant professor in the School of Natural Resources and the Environment with the Indigenous Resilience Center at the University of Arizona. Dr. Johnson, thank you.
Here's the land acknowledgement. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial, and respectively acknowledge the ancestral homes of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partnerships or equal relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And I was told there was something you wanted to tell us about some of the work that you do at the University of Arizona, please.
Oh yeah, I primarily do a lot of extension work, and what I was thinking about, and this is one of the things that I have planned out was to start this thing called One Seed, One Child, where I would have every child in the school district in Pima County receive a cup of soil, a seed and some water, and plant it on their first day of class. It'd be first or second grade, because I think, for me, planting seeds at Hopi, because I'm from the Hopi reservation, is really an act of faith, and I think it'd be great for our kids to know where their food came from, right? And so thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. If you have information about that program, you can share it with the clerk of the board staff, and they will make sure not only that each supervisor gets it, but that we'll pass it on to the county school superintendent. Thank you, sir. Okay, we're now going to go to Pause for Pause from the Pima Animal Care Center. It's a video today, right? Okay.
Penguin's been here for a couple of months, and she is a sweetheart. You want to come out and get her right now. And if you choose somebody, if Penguin's already gone when you get here, make sure you remember that all of our dogs are free right now for an indefinite amount of time. And we still encourage people to microchip. We still encourage people to confine, spay and neuter. We have way too many dogs and cats out here right now. So come on out, foster and adopt. And Penguin may still be here. You'd be lucky if she is.
Very cool. That's outstanding. All right, now we're going to go to agenda item number 5, which is our agenda adjustments, and we'll turn it back over to Ms. Manriquez.
Okay, on the regular agenda, page 3, items 10 and 11. These are the executive sessions. These items will be heard at a time certain of 12 p.m. On the addendum agenda, page 1, item 1. This is the presentation recognition of Pima County Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteers. This item will be heard at a time certain of 9:45. On page 1, item 3, under Board of Supervisors, feasibility of county excise tax. This item will be heard at a time certain of 10 a.m. On page 1, item 5, under contract and award with economic development. This is the Metropolitan Education Commission Amendment Number 1. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. And colleagues, before we go back to the agenda, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and want to share a brief excerpt from a letter to the Amphitheater School District community from their superintendent, Todd Jager. Mr. Jager says, "It is with deep sadness that I write to tell you that Patricia Harris, Patsy to most of us, has died. Ms. Harris served the Amphitheater District for most of her life, starting in the Amphi High School office while earning her teaching degree, retiring many years later as an administrator at Ironwood Ridge High School, and then stepping up to serve on the Amphitheater Governing Board this year. In fact, Ms. Harris grew up in the Amphitheater School District. She attended Prince Elementary School for first grade and graduated from Amphi High, where she later taught in the same room for 12 years. She went on to earn a master's degree in counseling, helped open La Cima Middle School, and worked there for 4 years before beginning her career as an administrator with the district. She served as an administrator at Canyon Del Oro High School and later became the principal of Amphitheater High School, returning to CDO 9 years later. In 2021, Ms. Harris took her final position as an employee of the Amphitheater District, working as an administrator at Ironwood Ridge High School for 3 years. While her resume reflects her deep dedication to the district, it cannot capture the full extent of her impact. Ms. Harris changed students' lives, uplifted her colleagues, and stood firmly for what she believed was right. She was a teacher, a leader, and a friend to so many of us. Please join me in a moment of silence in tribute to Patricia Harris. Thank you all very much. We're now going to go back to the regular agenda. Agenda item number 6. This is something the board looks forward to every quarter, and we thank Ms. Lesher and her team for putting this together. This is the We Are Gems quarterly recipients honoring employees who have been selected by their departments for special recognition. Ms. Lesher. Yes, we will. We'll come down. I just want to point out to everybody that Supervisor Cano has arrived. Good morning, Supervisor.
Good morning, and as it's been mentioned, this is it's a great day. It's one of our most fun days with the time that we take each quarter to recognize some incredible employees, and I think we have about 7,300 incredible employees at Pima County, but through our GEMS program, other employees, whether they work for elected officials, appointed officials, the courts, anywhere in the county, are nominated. And those individuals nominated are reviewed by a committee that represents fellow employees around the county. And we recognize a handful of people who have really done exceptional work during this last quarter. So we are happy to do it. I'm going to start with one of our elected offices. Unfortunately, Assessor Drewby couldn't be with us today, but asked if we would represent her today. So Mark Reefy, is Mark with us? There we go. Mark. I am told, and I believe it to be true, that Mark is a reliable and knowledgeable member of the Assessor's Office who recently delivered a clear, well-researched presentation to the State Board of Equalization explaining the time-trending process used in property value appeals. He supports new hires, assists colleagues across divisions, responds to public service requests with professionalism, integrity, and a strong commitment to serving both taxpayers and his team. Mark, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, here we go. The proverbial shot. Thank you. And stay with us, if you would. Yep, you got it. So we'll see. Kathy Coda. Kathy. Kathy, well, we claim you still at Human Resources. How's that? Kathy's a former Human Resources records manager, but you've been with the courts now, current Human Resources over at the courts
Since February.
since February, but 36 plus years with Pima County. Okay. While with the courts, while she's been at the courts, being recognized for incredible service in human resources, having served in the department for over 35 years, playing a critical role. This will be no booze, launching Workday, launching the Workday system by drawing on a vast experience and county knowledge, critical to the success of our transition to Workday. She assisted in creating system functionality and workflows and spent countless hours working late and on the weekends to test and troubleshoot this critical process, which we all know we need to get paid. Kathy exemplifies immense dedication to work ethic while always maintaining a positive attitude and smile. There it is. She's a type of employee any director would love to have. Conscientious, hardworking, loyal, patient, and kind. Kathy, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. And again, even we'll get you another county badge one of these days. That's good.
Thank you.
Rosemary. Come on, thank you. Come on in. How are you? How you do? Good, good, good. Administrative Specialist 3 with the Clerk of the Board, 39 years and 9 months of service to Pima County. I know. Leads the Management and Information and Records team, oversees the Record Center, and has designed a new inventory database ensuring compliance with state record retention laws. She's a trusted mentor, which is what's incredible. Longtime EEO representative, skilled trainer who delivers department-wide records trainings, provides exceptional service by offering thoughtful, respectful solutions to both constituents and staff. Rosemary Lema, thank you. Thank you so much. We got this guy. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you. Please join us up here. You got it. Snuggle in. Who's next? Steve? And these are the departments that report up through me, and now we're going to switch it over to Steve Holmes, our Deputy County Administrator, to share another group of exciting employees with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Good morning, everyone. I have the pleasure of going with our first person, who's actually not in attendance, but Carolyn Lewis. She's a public health program manager in the health department, who's been with us for a year and 10 months. Caroline manages major public health initiatives such as the Community Health Needs Assessment and the Regional Opioid Settlement Committee, ensuring diverse community voices are represented through the inclusion, planning, and collaboration within the organization. She has expanded outreach in rural areas like Ajo, facilitated complex stakeholder discussions, and consistently builds trust through empathy, professionalism, and a commitment to the health department's mission. Thank you very much, Caroline. Next, we have Yvette Romero. Hi, Yvette. I know she's here. Doing this. Yvette's awesome. Yvette supports the Office of Digital Inclusion by managing digital navigator appointments, coordinating learn-to-earn classes, and partnering with organizations such as Pima Community College and the City of Tucson. She teaches basic computer skills to older adults and low-income participants with language barriers, as she is known for her calm, encouraging presence and her commitment to clear communication, as shown when she personally contacted students during a scheduling emergency. Thank you, Yvette, for all you do. Awesome. Thank you, Yvette. Next, we have Sigilfredo Quintana. We just call him Siggy, from our trains maintenance specialist for facility. So Siggy maintains high professional profile spaces such as Presidio Park and the January 8th Memorial and the historic courthouse with care and initiative, transforming them into safe and welcoming landscapes. Whether removing hazardous debris from encampments or quietly nursing plants through heat waves, he serves the public with consistent professionalism, respect, and compassion. I remember telling Tony when he saw Siggy out there every day, I'm like, we have to nominate him for GEMS. It's just so excitement. Es con mucho orgullo que te doy este reconocimiento, Siggy. Thank you for everything you do. You're an amazing man. Thank you. Gracias. Now I get to turn over to my colleague Carmine DeBonis.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, everyone. Robin Fryman, if you can come join me up here. So I couldn't be prouder than to give this award to Robin. So Robin and I first met when she joined the county 11 years ago, right? And I was the director for development services. Robin came on board there. She embodies customer service, problem solving. She's with our Department of Transportation now, and just every single day works tirelessly for the residents of Pima County. And I mean, Robin is a researcher extraordinaire. When you look at anything involving property, entitlements, easements, she digs in there and really can go back and find historical information to help us make decisions, right, on requests that we're receiving from constituents. So she deals with the public heavily. They're oftentimes, inquiring about situations that are impacting them, and she eases their mind and says, "Hey, we're going to take care of it. We're going to take a look at it." So super respectful, super competent, just a wonderful individual. I couldn't be happier than to give you this gem award.
Thank you so much, Carmen.
Next is Catherine Ray.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Catherine. Good morning. How are you? So this is K2 is how she's known. There's multiple Catherines in the office where she works, and I'll just tell you, I remember the first day that I met you, and she was coming in for an interview, and I think she was 30 minutes early for that interview, and she was sitting quietly by herself reviewing her notes, and I asked her if I could help her, find something or someone, and she says, "No, I'm just here for my interview." And so from that moment, I knew she was going to be perfect for the role. So she is an events manager in our attractions and tourism department. She is stationed at the beautiful historic courthouse. So I see Catherine nearly daily running around, making sure that our visitors and also the people who schedule events at the courthouse are well taken care of. So just an incredible professional, just a perfect personality for the role that she serves. You do right by Pima County and by the residents and everybody who comes under that dome. I mean, you're timely. Just think about coordinating events. Things don't always go as planned, and just with a perfect calmness, she rises to the occasion and addresses whatever that challenge is, and just, couldn't be happier also to congratulate you and offer you this award. So thank you very much, Catherine. Cheryl Lopez. So of the three individuals, I'd say Cheryl and I know each other the least, but I know just from the department that she works in, community and workforce development, that she is passionate about the job that they do there at community and workforce development. And I've had the pleasure of going out and touring the facility and meeting staff out there, and every single one of them just truly is passionate about the work that they do. And I'm certain, Cheryl, that you are as well. And Cheryl has a tough role in that she manages and works with the homeless management information system and trying to help those people in our community in the greatest need of their lives find resources and get assistance that they need. So that can be tiring work, and I know that you do that with just excellence in every single engagement that you have, making sure that those people are personally treated and that they get to services and assistance that they need. And just couldn't be happier to congratulate you and thank you for the work you do for Pima County.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's it.
Thank you all. Congratulations. snuggle in here? Okay. Again.
Can I just say, as most of the room clears out, it's great honoring employees, but it's also great seeing how many of their friends and colleagues show up to recognize them. Thank you all very much. All right, we are going to continue to recognize our employees. I should have alerted my colleagues because we're going to ask you to go back down. We are going to recognize the retirement of two longtime Pima County employees. The first one is Dennis Crosby. Dennis, yeah. Dennis is an electronics specialist supervisor in facilities management. He is being recognized for 25 years of service, as well as his retirement. And if the board would like to join Ms. Lesher, we can recognize Mr. Crosby.
I will tell you. Congratulations. Thank you. Looking for people. Where's Tony?
There's Tony's here.
Tony, get up here. You're the one that
You can't escape.
But get the director of the
Yeah,
department.
Rob too.
Oh, and Rob, come on. There you go. And I'll just tell you, these have not been engraved, so this is a prop. You have to give it back, and then I'll get your name engraved on it. Come on, Tony, do you want to? We have how many years of service?
25.
Turn around, look at this group. 25 years of service. We've got a retirement. Can you chat a little bit about the outstanding service this gentleman has provided?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Ready?
Yeah, quarter of a century.
Quarter of a century together. Stories.
There's not much to say. I mean, Dennis is great. I pick up the phone. I say, Dennis, I need this. Can you get it done for me? He says, yes. I can't ask for anything more than that. Always dependable. Like I said, 25 years, it's a long time. He's going to be missed sorely and hard to fill.
Thank you.
Okay? Appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything? Do you want to talk about how much you love the county? Or
Cool. Yeah, no, working for facilities is not really for the lighthearted because we're in your ceilings, we're in your walls, we're in before hours, before you come in. We're here after you leave. I mean, we're just real busy. We keep things, my group, we keep the fire alarm, fire marshal off our back, certify all the buildings here. I have a couple guys in the back there. That's my crew.
And they're waving? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for everything. Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
Where's our, come here. Grab this and take a look over here. Thank you. And we'll make sure you get one
Thank you.
fancily engraved with your name on it. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to do the announcement.
Yeah, we'll do this. Well, I have Mr. Art Quadron is coming up. We have a retirement from someone from our Finance and Risk Management Department.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next retiree that we are going to recognize is Maria Reyes. Maria is a financial analyst 3 with finance and risk management. Maria.
Can I invite her family?
And she has 20 years of service to Pima
Unless they
County.
want to film?
You bring the family up, come on. I'll go take the pictures and you could.
You want to come in?
No? No?
Get in here, okay.
You want to squeeze in?
Scooch it, there you go.
Good morning. My name is Art Guaron. I'm the Director of Finance and Risk Management, and I have the distinct honor and pleasure of presenting the plaque and the certificate to Maria Reyes. Maria is a Finance Analyst 3 in our department for the Departmental Analysis Division. She supports flood control, real property services, property design and construction, and communications in her current role. So you can see that's an immense amount of work placed on the shoulders of Maria. Maria started with the county back in 2005 at the health department, and I feel like everybody in my department started at the health department at some point. So she started actually on Valentine's Day in 2005 and moved over to grants, finance grants, when it was in finance proper in 2007. She joined DA in September of 2018 and has been in this role ever since. 2013. I'm sorry, 2013. So quite a while with us. In talking with Maria's colleagues, a couple words resonated with me about Maria, and that is hardworking, reliable, loyal, and probably, my favorite is accurate. So she's provided accurate information to her departments that she supports over her 20-year career with Pima County. I want to take the opportunity to congratulate you on a wonderful career with Pima County and wish you the best in retirement.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you very much to everybody, to my coworkers, my departments, my supervisors, all the administrators, county administrators. It's been a long, wonderful 20 years, and, it just creeped on you because I was having so much fun, we're doing what I was doing. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take it back to your names. I'm going to have your name engraved, and then we'll get it back to you.
All right, thank
Okay?
you. Mhm.
We'll get a picture.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you very much. Mhm.
Thank you, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, really appreciate the opportunity to recognize our employees. But now we want to recognize someone who's been of great service to our community during his time here, and that is the representative to the Mexican consulate, Consul Rafael Barcelo Durazo. And unfortunately, the consul is not able to be with us today. But with us to accept the recognition is his Deputy Consul, Lee Wong Medina. Deputy Consul, will you join us, please? Hello. Sorry to see you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to read this. It is with our deepest gratitude and respect that we recognize Rafael Barcelo Durazo for his 5 years leading the Consulate of Mexico here in Tucson. Consul Barcelo Durazo has a long and distinguished career of service, including as Deputy Director General for International Policy on Human Rights at the Mexican Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As a career diplomat in the Mexican Foreign Service, where he began serving in 2010, Consul Barcelo Durazo held posts ranging from press and cultural attaché at the Embassy of Mexico in Brazil to political affairs and human rights attaché at the Embassy of Mexico in Costa Rica, to Mexican liaison officer at the Inter-American Human Rights Court. Consul Barcelo Durazo, who holds master's and law degrees, also was a consultant at the Mexican Supreme Court of Justice and has taught courses on public policy, finance, and migration at universities in Mexico City as well as at the University of Arizona. On behalf of the people of Pima County, we extend our sincere appreciation to Consul Barcelo Durazo for his outstanding leadership and service while leading the Consulate of Mexico, and wish him much success in his future endeavors. And thank you so much for being here to accept this. There you go. Did you want to say anything on behalf of the consulate?
I'm not as tall as him, though, but it's been the privilege of Consul Barcelo really to serving here in Pima County and in Tucson, and he could not be more grateful for all the support that he's received from everyone in the local government, particularly from the members of the board. In his own word, this has been the highlight of his diplomatic career, and he could not be more appreciative of all the support that he's received for health initiatives, for vaccinations, for community events, for promoting tourism back and forth from Mexico and then the southern part of Arizona. So on his behalf and through my conduit, please accept the assurances of his highest considerations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can be the new guy? Oh. Let's go. All right. All right. Supervisor Christie, your item is time certain at 9:45, but we can do it now if your guests are here. Looks like they are. All right. So this is addendum item number 1. Recognition of Pima County Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteers. This is a presentation of a certificate of recognition to the Pima County Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteers, acknowledging their exceptional and exemplary assistance in raising fire safety awareness among visitors to the Coronado National Forest and Summerhaven during the recent Stage 2 fire restrictions. Mount Lemmon and Summerhaven are in Supervisor Christie's district, and he has put this recognition on the addendum. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is indeed an honor for me to be able to recognize a group of unsung heroes that get little acknowledgement or appreciation for the hard work they do, especially during the summer months when it's baking on milepost 0 going up to Mount Lemmon on the General Hitchcock Highway. They're always willing, ready, and able to assist not only in the endeavors that we have asked from our office for their participation, but in general help of supporting our sheriff. And it's with a great deal of pleasure and honor and personal privilege that I ask that Mount Lemmon Fire District Captain Dan Lead come forward, Mount Lemmon HOA President Sally Crum, Pima County Sheriff's Department Lieutenant Eric Lindau, and honorees Jerry Collis, Stephen Permut, Barb Sterling, Howard Zvatel, and Al Apicatelwi, that sounded good, didn't it? Who is our Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteer President. So it is with that privilege and honor that I will read this certificate of recognition. We are proud to recognize the Pima County Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteers for their exceptional and exemplary assistance in raising awareness among visitors to the Coronado National Forest and Summer Haven of drought conditions and high fire risk in the Santa Catalina Mountains and Mount Lemmon. During stiflingly hot weekends this past May and June, SAV members staffed a command post at General Hitchcock Highway Milepost 0 and distributed fire safety bundles to motorists and bicyclists heading up the mountain. These selfless volunteers not only provided an invaluable service for the U.S. Forest Service, the Mount Lemmon Fire District, and the residents and businesses on the mountain, they performed their service in lieu of law enforcement officers who were then available to perform other public safety duties on those busy weekends. The Pima County Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteers are a nationally recognized award-winning organization comprised entirely of volunteer citizens. The SAVs support residents living in unincorporated areas encompassing 9,241 square miles in Pima County, including the communities of Vail, Green Valley, Amado, Arivaca, and Ajo. The SAV members perform numerous important tasks vital to the overall mission of the Sheriff's Department. On behalf of the people of Pima County, we extend our sincere appreciation and recognize the Pima County Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteers for their outstanding leadership and public service. Thank you and congratulations. And if we would have the Dan lead, Dan?
Right there.
There you go. This is for you. And would let's see, we'll have Eric. Can you pass these out to the volunteers? And we want to give you an example of what they do every summer at the base of Mount Lemmon. They provide these litter bags that say, basically, if you bring it in, bring it out. And we have been fighting a litter issue up there for years, and they've done a fabulous job of helping that situation. And we're proud that they pass this out to the visitors, and the visitors remember to bring their trash back with them. They also pass out a notice about the Forest Service's Stage 2 safety restrictions, so everyone is aware of their responsibilities when they visit the forest and the mountain. And we've had a pretty good summer so far, right? So it's working. And also, I would like to present a token of the county's appreciation to Captain Dan Lead for your work and effort, and we thank you so much. And we're not done. Here are some more tokens of your recognition and appreciation. We don't have enough, but we'll make sure you have enough. And at this point, Captain Dan, would you like to say a few words?
So, in this time of year, as Mr. Christie just mentioned, we do see a lot of fire on the mountain. And when you see fire on the mountain, that is very news driven. It is a thing that drives us. But what is not seen is what these folks are doing right here, which is public education, which Mount Lemmon Fire cannot do without the volunteer service of these individuals, and we could not be more thankful for their effort. Additionally, if you don't mind, sir, they are staying at Milepost 0 in the heat. They also do this in the winter in the cold. So thank you very much to all of you.
And perhaps the Homeowners Association President, Ms. Crum, would like to say a few words?
Sure. This year, as everybody knows, it's one of the worst drought periods we've had in over 100 years. And we've had so many fires up there that we need all the help we can get. And to see these SAVs standing at the bottom, even though we have electric signs and signs everywhere else, people just don't seem to see them. So they stand there in the heat and stop every single vehicle coming up the mountain during these really hot, dry weekends and reminding them that they are not allowed to have campfires, which get away. And we've had several instances this summer where that's happened. So we really, really appreciate the work and the effort of standing out in 100+ degree heat. Thank you so much.
Anybody else want to say a few words? Again, our deepest, yes, please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christie, and the support from the Board of Supervisors. At this time, I would be honored and privileged to present Mr. Steve Christie with the plaque on behalf of the Sheriff's Auxiliary Volunteers.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for all your support, and it is so greatly appreciated. And not to go away empty-handed, we have challenge coins.
Nice.
Absolutely. And got some more. You had them in your hand. Okay.
I gave you mine.
Let me find the rest of them here. I'm way down. Start. And if you can pass that one down, please.
Again, our thanks and appreciation and our acknowledgement for your fine effort and fine work. Thank you. Oh, thank you. We were going to get a picture.
Thank you. I always forget to turn my microphone on. We had a time certain item for 10 a.m., and that was for addendum item number 3, feasibility of county excise tax. But I see that our special guest is here with us. So if we could do that a few minutes early, Supervisor Hines, is that okay with you?
Yeah,
Since Mr. Ortega
that's
is
fine
here?
with me, for sure.
Okay. And before I turn it over to Supervisor Hines, on behalf of the board, Mr. Ortega, thank you very much for coming out of retirement to take on this position as interim executive director of the Regional Transportation Authority. I'm sure everybody in Pima County is grateful to have somebody of your experience and expertise in this role at this very important time. Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Scott. And again, Executive Director, welcome. Appreciate you being here. This item actually comes to us at the request of my colleagues on PAG RTA. And just to give you a little bit of a background, you have a lot of material that was attached to this. I have a bit more material to kind of pass out right here as well. But what we have found is that there is a significant situation we have with PAG RTA in terms of the funding. And that was presented to the Technical Management Committee as well as the at the most recent meeting of PAG RTA really excellently, and frankly the first time the body had seen things presented in this way. But basically the financials just showed us over the 19 years of the 20 that we've had of the 20-year program, there has not been a single year in which, going back to 2006, that the revenue projections were consistent with what was received. Literally not once. Not one time. In fact, I think this year the projections were for over 200 million, and we're bringing in about 124, 125 million. This is for a lot of reasons, but basically we have we don't have 1.3 million people. We have less than 1.1 million people. We had a multi-year Great Recession. Nobody's fault, just happened. Pima County's recovery was longer than some of the other counties like Maricopa and others. We had, of course, following the global pandemic, inflation, inflationary pressures, and then, of course, construction costs going just out of skyrocketing. So all of these things kind of coming together to create a terrible storm for the overall projections. And what we basically found is we have a $1 billion problem, and that is we need another $1 billion to have really accomplished what is called for in the 2006 plan that the voters enacted. So. And we can see that all very, very well in the financials. I know that you have this is attached. It's a very large spreadsheet, but it is very, very, and this is despite, for example, previous boards, RTA PAG did notice this, and of course have been pooling regional funds from the state and federal level to try to mitigate this, but those are not able to take care of a $1 billion problem. So in looking at this and trying to figure out what we do now, because we're going to be closing out the 20-year program at the end of June of next year, and we still have, we have 19 of 35 named road projects in that particular element that have been delivered. Most others have been started, or at least planning has started, but we won't be delivering everything by the end of June or even by the end of 2026 that the voters were told to expect back in 2006. So based on the significant, really catastrophic financial situation that we see, the Technical Management Committee, and to remind everyone here, my colleagues, which I'm sure you know, but also the public and the media, that's the, that of course, actually Jan Lesher, our county administrator, is the chair, but that is the city or town manager from all the jurisdictions and also their transportation directors. This group reviewed the materials that you have before you and attached to this item, looking at this large deficit of funds, and made the recommendation actually it was the motion that came from Saurita, their town manager, specifically seconded by the city of Tucson, to not pursue an election for a new RTA program in March of 2026, based on all of this, because there's delivery completion of RTA 1 for the voters being the thing that must be paramount, and going back to the voters at this time with so much not complete and without necessarily funds identified how to do to complete things didn't make sense. So that's the recommendation that came to us unanimously from the Technical Management Committee at the last meeting, which was on Thursday of last week. No action was taken by the body. However, in the discussions, we asked staff under the leadership of our new executive director, Mike Ortega, to please review, and that's what I just passed out. Let's look at 3 scenarios for when we put this new RTA plan to the ballot. We can try for March of 2026, November of 2026, and then a third scenario where we identify and figure out how to complete everything that was promised to the voters in 2006 in the initial RTA, and then after probably 2.5 to 3 years, we go back to the voters and put forward another RTA 20-year plan. Those are the scenarios that will be brought back to PAG RTA to review on July 31st. And one of the, I think, very prudent questions from my colleagues, of me specifically, was, would this be feasible? Because scenario 2 and scenario 3 require bridging revenue, because the TPT, the tax that we have, half-cent sales tax that is currently funding the RTA projects, which of course came in far lower than we expected, goes away on June 30th of 2026. This board can, by unanimous vote, which has never happened since 1864, this is true, but this board can take the extraordinary step of continuing that, not raising, but continuing the half-cent sales tax at the same level and directing those funds just as they are currently being directed to PAG RTA for the purposes of the completion of the RTA 1 projects and continuation of those elements until such time as the voters can have an opportunity to vote on a new plan and enact that. So what actually was Mayor Murphy, as well as Chair Winfield, and actually everybody, frankly, Mayor Post, all the jurisdictions were curious, hey, will the Board of Supervisors help? Will they do this? Will they entertain this idea? And I almost didn't bring the item because it's kind of a sticky wicket, because it's a discussion item. I'm not asking for a vote. We have not been formally asked by PAG RTA to do anything at all. But before that body gives up on March as a time to do the ballot initiative, the ballot measure, we would like to know, and my colleagues on that body would like to know, would all of us here be willing to consider that as a bridging option, should that be necessary, and should the body take the recommendation of the Technical Management Committee and focus on either November 26 or possibly a couple of years later following delivery of all the items. And so I think I would like to hear from after we hear from, of course, the chair of the Technical Management Committee, we'll have Mr. Ortega come up and speak to us a little bit as well. But that is why we are here. I know it's kind of a lot going on. It's a bit of an extraordinary situation, but I believe, in light of, and this was discussed as well, in light of what we have seen with recent efforts put to the voters, Prop 414 had nearly 70% approval before that, before the campaign for Prop 414, and then before it went down, I believe nearly 70-30 at the ballot box. And then one of our other jurisdictions, Saurita, actually recently put forward a property tax override, which was defeated 60-40 at the ballot. So with being so far away from delivery of all, especially the named road projects, letting things go to the ballot or pushing things to the ballot in March is really a concern for the TMC as well as the entire PAG RTA body. So I think that's a pretty good summary of why we're here, and I'm going to ask Administrator Lesher and Chair Lesher in this case to give us some more details from the discussion in the Technical Management Committee, why they made the recommendation that they did make, and then we'll ask Mike Ortega to come up and talk to us a little bit.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
just as a clarification point, my colleague Supervisor Hines said that this was not going to be put to a vote, that there was going to be just discussion. I'm just curious because on the handout, it says discussion possible action. Under 6, the last paragraph.
Forgive me. This is just to show you what the 3 scenarios were. So this is from the agenda from the meeting last week of the RTA Board of Directors. I apologize, I didn't specifically say that. So under item 7 that's highlighted, it's just that A, B, C, or 1, 2. Those are the 3 scenarios that we directed staff to develop for us to kind of select from on July 31st, and so to give direction to PAG RTA as to how we want to move forward. But this is from
the defining feature is there that will be no vote, and it will just be for discussion.
This is only a discussion.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, Supervisors. Ms. Lesher.
Thank you. And Chair Scott and members of the board, the Technical Management Committee has been working for quite some time looking at not only RTA and where we are with all of those projects, but looking at all the projections for what will be in RTA next. And as it was mentioned, I serve on the committee, as does Deputy County Administrator DeBonis. There are also 5 individuals that are representing the community, if you will, on the TMC, one of whom is John Bernal. Some of you may remember John when he was Deputy County Administrator, excuse me, before Mr. DeBonis. So we have some good representation on that committee. One of the things that occurred recently, I think with a new set of eyes, one, we have been looking at data as a technical management committee and as a RTA in a format for a period of time, and knew that there were projects that needed to be finished, and we're looking at how we might accomplish that goal. I think having Mr. Ortega stepping in, as happens sometimes, you begin to look at things a little bit differently, and in recrunching and laying out the data, it became clear, as you've heard today, that we were off in our estimates of what might be available throughout the 20-year period of RTA by about $1 billion. And for so many reasons have been delineated, but here's where we are. The Technical Management Committee has been focused, and our almost single desire over the last several years has been to find something that we can recommend to the board as a package representing not only all the jurisdictions from a roadway perspective, but also what we look at in the plan as other elements. There's safety, which is sidewalks, pedestrian crossings, wildlife crossings, a variety of other elements, if you will, in addition simply to roads. Our committee began to look at it and felt, first of all, once we saw that we were off by that much in the revenues, it concerned us as a TMC of what that meant going forward, that we have provided to the RTA our best recommendation of what the full package would look like for the $2.4 billion approximately. We did evaluate that looking at pessimistic and optimistic possibilities of revenue, but seeing how far the numbers were wrong, as well as the population in the first batch, it gave us a moment's pause of, are we as confident in the recommendations we made as staff on all of the projects on a go-forward basis? So we wanted a little time to look at that, and as Mr. Ortega may comment, each of the jurisdictions has been asked to come back with a little tweak. Everything we put in, does it still remain accurate? What do we need to do to look at that? But we felt as a management committee that our goal is success for additional 20 years of funding, and that our recommendation was that the greatest path for success, the best path for success, was we did not think was a March election. Not saying no to a 2026 election or one in the future, simply would we have all the information compiled and with the advantage of the new set of eyes of Mr. Ortega in time to come to you all. And when you do a tick-tock backwards, this board would need to call the election about 180 days out. Given our current schedule, unless the board convenes a special meeting, it would be bringing material to this board for a vote on September 2nd, which would mean our normal way of getting packages to you is on about the 26th of August. There is another RTA meeting on the 25th. We felt, looking at 20 years, that March was not a good date. But we remain committed to continuing to work the problem. The TMC has been meeting every Wednesday, will continue to do so, and will actually, some of the managers and I have been having meetings addition to that regular meeting, and the the Regional Transportation Authority has also increased its meeting schedule as well. So I think the bottom line is we couldn't be more committed to seeing success and to getting the additional funding for transportation in this region for another 20 years, and are working with the RTA board and staff to put that package together to accomplish that goal.
And I just want to add one more thing, if I may, Chair Scott.
Please.
Kind of two. If somehow, and again, it feels a little bit like a coin flip. I can't predict anything, but based on the electorate, how they've been kind of doing things recently, I don't know that this would pass in March. And that is a really big gamble, right? Because if this goes to March, is voted down, And then how am I supposed to get you all to vote unanimously to reverse what the voters just voted down? That just looks really bad. And it's just not a great way to do things. But because we're so behind, if it did pass in March, the first 3 or so years of RTA Next will be cannibalized by figuring out how just to do the projects that we still have yet to do from RTA 1 anyway, right? So this, this brings more transportation funds to these areas that I think need them. And the way it would work is it would simply start on July 1st of 26, assuming all of us said okay, and it would simply sunset and dovetail precisely with when the next RTA program is approved by the voters. So it will never increase the taxes at all. But that is how this scenario 2 or scenario 3 would require that. And I don't want to, I'd like to have Mike Ortega come up and also hear if there are any questions from my colleagues as well. But if Mike Ortega could come up and field questions or say a few words about this as well.
Any questions from supervisors for either Supervisor Hines or Ms. Lesher before we call Mr. Ortega up?
Oh, one other thing, you can't uncall an election. We found out. Oh. So because that was a thought, let's just say, let's have us just throw down the March 10th date, get that on the book so we don't miss that deadline. And then, no, you know what? Let's forget about it. So let's cancel that in January. No, we can't uncall an election. So the election would go forward no matter what, which is not great.
Thank you for all that background information, Supervisor and Ms. Lesher. Mr. Ortega. Glad your fan club president came.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that. So good morning, and thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. It's nice to see you all. What I thought I'd do is go over the materials that I understand were distributed to you just very quickly, just to let you know how, well, at least my approach, and how I presented this to both the Technical Management Committee as well as the RTA Board. So the first sheet, it's this one. It's marked Exhibit 1 in my handwriting. It gives an opportunity to really look at where we are as a region in terms of delivery, because we've spent so much energy and effort focusing on what has not been accomplished. I think it's important to see the bigger picture. It's like, okay, what have we finished up to this point? And what % complete are we on the magnitude of the program as a whole? And so you can go through that. It's pretty self-explanatory, but that's the purpose of this. Now, I will tell you that there are still 17 projects that need to be completed, 21 if you add those that were included in RTA Next, okay? But keep in mind that those were part of other projects, other corridors. That's why the numbers don't jive, if you will. But if you look at the detail they do, they're exactly correct. And basically what that tells us is there is still work to be done, but we also have to take a look back and realize what we have seen to this point. The second one is probably my favorite. It's the big spreadsheet. As a numbers geek, I really wanted to understand what does the revenue look like for our region and what has happened over the course of the last 19 years. And so when you compare what those projections were from Eller at the time, and by the way, I'm not throwing Eller under the bus here at all. I think, if anybody had a crystal ball, then we could certainly buy that crystal ball and use it. So, excuse me, I apologize. And so the reality is that they did not hit the mark. And as I believe Supervisor Hines mentioned, if you go back through the years, you'll see that they didn't hit it at all. Variety of reasons, but when you look at simplistically a revenue projection of about 2.7 billion compared to an actual of 1.7 billion, it doesn't matter how good you are, you're going to have a problem trying to make that up. So to the regional council's credit and the RTA board's credit, they put regional money over the last several years, and you can see those in those columns. They put hundreds of millions of dollars towards that effort to try to make up that gap in funding. But as you can see, it's just not enough. And so I wanted to paint that picture because I think it's important for everyone to understand what it has done to us really as a program in terms of those dollars. The third exhibit is really the snapshot of, okay, so what do we do, right? We're short all this money, and I like to get to the bottom line, right? So what does this mean? Well, if we stay on the same track as we're on today, which is basically putting all the regional money that comes to the region, to PAG, into the RTA program, we're looking at 10 to 15 years of basically soaking up all that money to complete and deliver RTA 1. So there's been conversation about, well, you're not going to deliver RTA 1. And that's not true. There's a game plan for how we deliver it. Now, it's not ideal, right? Because we're talking about regional money that's used for other things like safety improvements, intersection improvements, HOCs, all of the other things that the region needs in favor of the RTA 1 program. But this gives you the snapshot. This outlines for you how that works and how those numbers actually match over time. And you can see that I've projected out to 2036. And so what that basically says is, as a minimum, we're looking at 2036 just to finish the roadway element. The fifth exhibit, which is marked number 5, although it's number 4, right? That exhibit outlines the impact to transit should the RTA Next not go into effect. And at the end of RTA 1, what happens to the regional transit dollars? And what I did is I broke that down by entity, by jurisdiction, and actually allocated. Now, I will tell you, I should have marked this draft because we're still working with our partners to make sure that this is what, in fact, they have on their books. But I'm going to say it's in the general ballpark. But it gives a snapshot of the challenge for the region should a funding source not be available on July 1 of 26. And so, in essence, that's basically the bottom line, right? How do we deal with that? So, if you remember from the other exhibit, I've given a strategy for completing the roadway element, okay? The roadway element can be completed using HERF dollars that come to the region, okay? That can be done. Unfortunately, we can't use those HERF dollars for transit. So there has to be a different funding source for that. So I'm exploring different ways to do that. I'm exploring different ways to fund that in a stopgap measure. Supervisor Hines handed out a document, which are basically my marching orders for the RTA board in preparation for the July 31 meeting. So the first is basically, how do we get to the ballot? What are the steps to getting to the ballot? I believe Administrator Lesher mentioned September 2nd is your date, the date that you would meet to call the election. And at that point, that means the ballot language is complete 100%, the plan is complete 100%, and you're ready to go, at least to consider it. In my world, that tells me I have to have a plan to you for the materials on August 26th. Because we have to have that information before you get it, obviously, so you can consider it. Well, the RTA board meets August 25th. So if you do the math very simplistically, I have 1 day shy of 7 weeks. And so that package has to be ready to go, 100%, ready to go when it's presented to you. So that's option 1 that basically is outlined on that piece of paper. The second option is, what are the strategies for moving that election date to later in March, or later than March of 26? So there's 2 other opportunities there generally. One would be in May, one would be in November, okay? My suggestion is that, and my recommendation to the board will be, let's not think about May because it's too close to March. So if we're going to delay it into 26, let's talk about doing it into November. It gives us more of a runway, gives us more time. Unfortunately, even if it's approved in November, the monies are not able to be collected until the following April. So the gap then becomes from July 1 to April 1 or March 30. So that becomes the challenge there, okay? So how do we deal with the gap? Now, from a roadway element standpoint, we can still put dollars towards this during that gap time, but remember, that's soaking up all of the regional dollars that are coming in for all the other improvements that I already mentioned. The third scenario is what happens if we delay past 26, which would be into the following 27 or 28, et cetera, however long it takes us to get to a point where we want to go to the voter. Well, all you have to do is extend that, right? And so now the gap funding for that transit piece, those ongoing operations, those costs are going to have to be extended. It's kind of that simple. So there's a lot more to that, and we'll be preparing a full report for the RTA board for the 31st, and I'm sure that will be available to be shared. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to turn it back over to whoever's appropriate and answer any questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and good morning, Mr. Ortega. First off, let me congratulate you on your new appointment to lead the Regional Transit Authority. You are trusted, Mr. Ortega, and I trust you, especially throughout this process. Can you tell us a bit more about the projects that have not been completed? Give us a summary of what your goals are moving forward. And I'm also curious if you might be able to tell us how many of those unmet projects are within the city of Tucson.
So I'll refer back to Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Fine,
so
please.
Thank you. I apologize. I should have gone through that. I'm a little rusty. Okay, I was retired for a whole year, so
You're good.
So if you go back to this exhibit really outlines and answers most of your questions, Supervisor Cano. So if you go down to Houghton Road, for example, you'll see that there's a component that's 25% complete. That's segment 7, which is Irvington to 22nd. What that 25% basically means is the design is complete or close to being complete. There's right-of-way that's already been in process of being acquired, but the construction has not occurred yet. But then you go to the next segment, segment 8, which is Broadway to Tanque Verde. That's at 5%, which basically means we've just done some very preliminary planning. So that segment has yet to be completed. So that gives you an idea of how to read this, if you will, so that those percentages make sense in terms of those that are yet to be completed. And you go down the line. Now, the ones that I'll tell you cause me concern are those that have, there's 3 of them on the back, if you will, of the page there that are 0. And the reason that those are 0 is because there was a strategy many years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago, to move some of those projects into RTA Next, which is a great strategy, because if you think about it, it gives you a chance to chat with the voter and say, hey, we would like to get these projects accomplished, and we're going to go back to the voter and have a conversation around that. Part of that is we need more money, but also it's an opportunity to look at the scopes. Because remember, these scopes were prepared and accomplished 20-something years ago. And so that gives us an opportunity. However, because my charge today is how do we get RTA 1 finished, I took those from RTA Next for this conversation and calculation and put them on this piece of paper. Well, those 3, it is highly unlikely we're going to be able to accomplish before the end of 26, the fiscal year 26. So the second part of your question was, where are they? The vast majority are within the city of Tucson. Vast majority.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Mr. Ortega. I want to, for the purposes of this item, I want to express my support for a stopgap measure should we not proceed with a special election in March. I believe that the questions that were raised at your last meeting last week, I watched the entirety of the meeting, were a bit tone deaf, Mr. Ortega, in terms of what the board was saying and what the technical management committee was saying, which is March is perhaps not a realistic time frame for us to move forward. Now, I recognize the task that you have in front of you, which is to ask us to fly the plane and build it at the same time. So I'm just curious, what kind of compromise plan you'd like to have move forward with the understanding that the experts on your technical management committee, if I'm getting the term right, have suggested a pause, and the full RTA board is saying, go full speed ahead.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Cano, I'm not sure I understand the question entirely. But I think I do, and if I don't hit it, maybe you can redirect me and help me out here. So clearly, there's a difference of opinion. How's that? From what the Technical Management Committee has recommended or suggested, and the process that I just outlined for you in terms of going to the March election. What I've suggested to the board is I'm okay with either one. But because the time is so compressed, I need to keep marching down this path to an election to make sure that the plan that's developed is ready to go. Now, that doesn't mean that it's perfect. It doesn't mean any of those things other than the logistics to getting it on the ballot have been met. In other words, I've given them a path for that. Now, what is an ideal plan? In my opinion, an ideal plan is one everyone supports. And that is kind of the bottom line here, right? So if you think through that for a minute, whether it's a stopgap measure or it's a long-term 20-year transportation plan, the best plan will be supported by all the electeds across the region, not just a unanimous vote, as Supervisor Hines outlined in his earlier comments, but that means support from every entity, including the tribe, the nation, and those municipalities within the region. That's ideally the plan. And now getting there is another story. I hope I answered your question, Supervisor.
Yeah, and I would just say, Chair Scott and Mr. Ortega, you did answer my question. And what I'm focused on is ensuring that our region has a plan that we can absorb, and most importantly, that we can build public support for. I do think, representing District 5, that given the realities of a lot of the projects that are left being Tucson voters, I'm going to be mindful of RTA Next paying close attention to the needs of Tucson residents. I think it is a travesty that we have had so much of a roller coaster over the last several years with the imbalance that has existed in the decision making coming out of the Regional Transit Authority. And so I guess, my perspective is that it does no good to our economy, to our region, if we stop the brakes. So I am supportive of RTA Next. I am supportive of this board demonstrating leadership and ensuring that there is not unmet need. The only thing I need help with, Mr. Ortega, is figuring out, in the context of asking voters again for an authorization of a long-term plan, what kind of accountability we're going to have to ensure that $500 million or $1 billion left, and those costs are only going to continue to grow at the way our market is right now. I hope you're following my track there to indicate that I want to support this. I'm going to support this however it comes our way, but we need a little bit more public engagement. And I see that Supervisor Hines, acting as our representative on the board, has asked for that outward public-facing process as well. So can you just tell us a bit more about that and what your response is to somebody who is supportive of a plan, but who's frustrated with an entity that has not delivered on the original promises that we made?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I would say to them, thank you. But secondarily, there's two parts to your question. First, you mentioned the, we'll call it accountability or the delivery. And the second is the public engagement for the development of the plan. And those are very related and overlap, but they're different and distinct. I think that I'll start off with delivery. And I was asked this question by the board, by the RTA board. What does it look like going forward so that we don't get ourselves into this kind of a situation in the future? This conversation really needs to happen 5 years or 10 years before the end of the tax. If we have this kind of a shortfall, these kinds of issues, but the conversation is not just RTA board, how are we going to solve this? This is an open conversation with the voter, up to and including potentially going back to them and saying, hey, these were the assumptions we made, and they weren't accurate. They're different today. okay? That's a guardrail, use a transportation term. It's a guardrail that we can include and say, look, if going forward, something like this starts to happen, picket, recession, I mean, just all the things that Supervisor Hines mentioned, we should have a stopgap measure that says timeout. We're going to go and have a conversation. We're going to have a discussion about this so that the accountability is clear. And I think part of the challenge has been, where is the accountability? Is the accountability with the individual partner, or is the accountability with the RTA directly? My opinion, it's in both. This is not man, that's too bad for you because you're not able to, or you should have given me this. This is really about how do we work together to deliver this for the region. If this is not delivered, we all lose. I think that's the first message. And the guardrails, what they look like, I think that's a conversation we can have, both in terms of the logistics of getting things accomplished and getting them out the door, as well as public feedback, as well as suggestions and comments on that side of it. The other piece you mentioned was the public engagement. This RTA Next plan has gone through exhaustive public engagement. Is there always room for more? Absolutely. No, there's no doubt about that. There's always an opportunity to go out and have more discussion. I think that the key pieces to that are presentations in language people understand. We can't have conversations that are legalese, no offense, or technical conversations that people aren't going to understand. We have to make it very simple in terms of the language people use every day. And those that are either using our transportation system as a whole, or those that benefit from the system. And I think that's really the connection that I think going forward we have to make sure we're making. And it's not to imply we haven't. I just think we could probably do a little better going forward. That's all.
Chair Scott, I heard Mr. Ortega, I actually kind of heard maybe a third question, and we did talk about this. How do we make sure that when we go to the voters again, at whatever point, that we aren't in $1 billion hole, right? Not just the potential for like 5-year hard looks with adjustments and that kind of thing, but this is the middle tier. I think Eller used the moderate sort of projections in terms of their assumptions. We're already using the pessimistic, but can you talk more about how we hopefully protect against? I mean, we can't predict the future, obviously, but I kind of heard that question too.
Maybe I didn't answer, Mr. Chair. Maybe I didn't answer because I don't know. But I think there is a piece there that is important to have a conversation around, which is what do those projections look like, and really dissecting them and really getting a second set of eyes. We've done that, I know. Update, because there's two parts to that. It's not just on the revenue side, it's also on the delivery side, right? Those costs and who can truly predict those costs. But if we put metrics in place whereby we challenge ourselves every 3 to 5 years to look at those and make sure we update them so we have accurate numbers as the program evolves, as opposed to we've got this huge problem and it's on the revenue side. Well, there's that cost side too, because what I believe Administrator Lesher mentioned is when you fall short, that's one thing, but that budget is also an expenditure budget, which is the increases in costs and some of the challenges that we've all experienced in our construction costs. And so I think it's really that robust conversation that happens in the public eye, and we're out very open and very transparent about it.
Supervisor Kano, did you have any other questions?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a more extensive briefing, but I'm still trying to figure out, Mr. Ortega and Chair Scott. So for a Tucsonan who is going to be asked to renew a transit levy, how is RTA Next going to be prioritizing those projects that are not completed in RTA 1? Is the new levy going to be inclusive of those projects that are not completed, and do they get priority, for instance, in RTA Next? Work us through that a bit, because I'm not sure I understand the spreadsheet gymnastics quite yet.
Mr. Chair. Supervisor Cano, great question. So the direction from the board to this point has been to take 4 projects from RTA 1 and put them into RTA Next. In addition, its direction was to rescope them to more appropriate configurations today and prioritize them in the first period of the new plan. So that is direction that has already been given to the staff in terms of moving this forward. And Mr. Chair, I did think of, as you started your conversation or your question, Supervisor, you mentioned as a voter of the city, how do you have this conversation, right? I think first and foremost, it's confidence that we have a game plan for completion. And so as I started my commentary, I think there's a rumor, conversation out in the community that we're not going to finish these projects. We have to get away from that and demonstrate how we're going to finish them. And what I've done for the board so far, the RTA board so far, is given them 2 tracks. Here is the track of no RTA Next. Here is the track with an RTA Next. And that way, you as a voter can be confident that the projects that were voted on and approved will be delivered one way or the other. There's opportunity for those to be delivered with confidence.
Supervisor Allen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I know, I think you've said this, but I just need it just really clear for me. How do we ensure that we have fixed the problem that resulted in the estimations, the projections being off? So what do we do?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Allen, again, I think there's 2 pieces to that. One of them is specific to the revenues. And so we have asked for updates of our revenue projections from Eller, College of Business. And those are fairly recent, a couple of years old. But we have also, as an RTA, picked the pessimistic level. And that's really important, because if you do the math on those and the probability of hitting the pessimistic level today with all that we know and see is about 20%. So that tells me that it's 80% probability that it'll be greater than that. But the RTA board, to their credit, has said, no, we're going to stay at the pessimistic level for now. So that's, I think, one piece. The second piece is I'm going to call it even more tricky than that, which are the cost side. And that's ensuring that we are very clear on, we'll say, challenges that might be out there. Cost of steel, concrete, wood, things that are out there that could cause us some challenges in the future. Well, no one can really predict that. So we build in contingencies. We have to be careful that we don't build such a contingency that then the projects are almost not able to be completed because there's so much buffer, if you will. But those contingencies have to be looked at least every 3 to 5 years. And I think we have to put that in place. The last thing is kind of an umbrella, I'm going to call it role, potentially, for the RTA, which is the RTA today is basically the funder, right? The money's come in, we distribute it through intergovernmental agreements to our partners. They get their projects accomplished however it is that they do that. We help some more than others. My gut is that in the future, it makes sense for us to have more of an assistance role in delivery of those projects, understanding what those roadblocks are, again, to use a transportation term. What are the roadblocks that are keeping us from delivering those? And then immediately escalating those to make sure that everybody understands this is what we are facing and why we aren't able to start that project. There's no reason for us to be sitting back and saying, well, we're just at an impasse. That's the policy conversation with the RTA board. And today, that process is not formalized. And so part of what I'm going to recommend to the board is to formalize that process so that it's in place and we can escalate these types of issues quickly.
Any other questions, Supervisor?
Yes.
Please.
Well, I guess at just a real fundamental level, and maybe this is what the sort of take back, give us some direction after this discussion, but it's just a question of, can we do this? I have heard that there might be some obstacles around the county collecting funds that are then utilized in incorporated areas around incorporated transportation expenditures. And so I guess just a question of whether that is that an issue? Is that not an issue?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen, it's one of the things we've been evaluating, and I actually started by going back and looking at documents in 2018, I think was the last time this board began to look at it, and there are ways to get to that, I believe, and we'll be talking to the county attorney's office. It's not, there are questions, could we just collect the money and give it out to the jurisdictions proportionally? There may be some other guardrails involved with that, but we're continuing to explore with the county attorney's office exactly what would need to occur in order to make sure that it's possible.
And then I'm trying to just get clear on what the amount of the gap, both from the revenue side, and if you don't mind sort of showing me on the spreadsheet, so the gap both on the revenue side, and then also if it's detailed on the cost side, and just making sure those things add up or align.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Allen, I'm going to call your attention to the exhibit. It looks like this. It's number 3. It's got the 3 in the circle. So this is the snapshot that you're asking about. That top block is the shortfall as of June 30 of 2026. So right now, today, quick snapshot, we're looking at about a $550 million shortfall on June 30 of 26. Now, I'm going to put a little asterisk on that. Does not include money for transit going forward because the program is finished at that point, nor does it include all of some of the categoricals, some sidewalks, bike lanes, and some other pieces. They're not as big, the numbers are not as big, but I'm still scrubbing those and going through those numbers. But the shortfall right now that I can identify is about $550 million, okay? That's the cost side. Down below is how we basically solve that. So I'll quickly walk you through that. The first is if there is no RTA next election, then we actually benefit by $40 million because we collect an extra 3 months of revenue. So that's that $40 million. The 15 and the 22, those are interest that we're earning on cash in the bank. So one of the conversations has been, well, we have money in the bank. That's true, but it's all been put forth. And what I did is we scrubbed the interest and said, okay, what does interest look like going through that? The next line, that $140 million, that is revenue that's already been pledged through 29 by the Regional Council, the PAG Regional Council, to the RTA for completion. So when you hear of the TIP, the Transportation Improvement Program, those dollars are all the region's money, basically, through 29. So that's 140. That decision's already made. So that $332 million that's left is the regional money beyond 29. And the reason I'm a little bit, I'll use the term evasive, but I'm not going to say with absolute certainty it's 36, is because of the categoricals and the potential increases in costs over time. So I have said it's a range of between 2036 and 2040 is how long we'll have to put those regional monies in. So your question's spot on, and you can see as you go down, all of those resources add up to those so they balance.
Anything else, Supervisor Allen?
So how long, so if we started collection, prove the tax, when would it sunset? When would it stop?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Allen, that really is a policy decision that you all would have to. Are you talking about RTA Next or the County Board of Supervisors?
County Board of Supervisors.
That would be a policy decision that you all would have to make.
And if I may,
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, and Supervisor Allen, that the idea for the bridge funding is simply to take over July 1st of 2026 and to go until the assessment begins again when the voters get an RTA Next package that they then approve. So it would never double it or increase or do anything other than maintain what is in place right now. And depending on which scenario PAG RTA decides to move forward with. So just to clarify that.
Thank you. Anything else, Supervisor Allen? All right, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ortega, it's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ideally, in order for this whole process to proceed as planned, there needs to be a plan given to this board by a certain date for the original structure of dates to go into effect. I believe that date to have a plan here is somewhere around August 31st or 30th. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Christie, the date that's currently scheduled, the last possible date would be September 2nd.
September 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Coming up.
Yes, sir.
And I have it on good authority that it has been the directive of staff in RTA to proceed with that plan, and that there is every indication on their part that there will be a plan presented here by that date. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Christie, the direction, the policy direction from the RTA board at this point is for that election to occur.
So that plan is going forward with the staff?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Christie, yes, sir, that is the current direction.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I think I can speak with some history and authority on the RTA, serving on the original Citizens Advisory Committee back in 2005 and 6. Having served as the former chair of the RTA, it's a system very near and dear to my heart, and I fully believe in regional transportation collaboration, and I have worked diligently in those capacities as well as since then to ensure that we continue a collaborative effort in our region to provide an infrastructure and transportation system. When we have at this particular point, really the only viable issue, I think, out of the ones presented here to discuss is the bridge tax to cover that area, what is it, 9 months where there potentially will be no income tax. In order to enact that, it would, and I'm a little hazy on the statutes, so forgive me, and we can provide them later. But I believe in Arizona Title 11 and something with statute 42-6103, and we can verify those. It gives a very flimsy description of how a county can impose a sales tax. Flimsy in terms of very open-ended, lack of guardrails, lack of safety, lack of any accountability, and basically what it entails is a unanimous vote by this board. It does not require any sunset. It does not require any set in stone recommendations as far as priorities. In fact, at any point after it is agreed to by this board to insert or enact that sales tax, priorities, directions, amounts brought in, a whole host of things can be changed at any time after that merely by a board's majority vote, not a unanimous vote. So one of the founding things that was so attractive to the community back in 2006 with the RTA was there were very stringent guardrails put into effect, particularly the fact that there were going to be members of the RTA that were represented by all the jurisdictions, one vote, one jurisdiction, that the Auditor General was going to do a complete audit of the funds and the projects every 5 years, that there is a Citizens Oversight Committee that would provide and has provided an annual report to the public for the accountability of the projects being completed. And most importantly, the fundamental issue is that once the public, the voters, voted and approved on the original RTA plan, it could not be changed. And the reason for that was a complete lack of trust by the public in elected officials in delivering any type of projects like this, because the public had been burned in the past with past issues about promises made about certain projects that never got completed or were changed or transferred. The RTA ensured that that would never happen. And to the best of my ability and knowledge, fundamentally, that hasn't happened. However, if we vote to impose a sales tax for transportation, there's nothing that says that this board, at any time, by a mere majority, could change the direction of the plan, the amount collected, and where that amount goes to. And I can tell you right now that that issue is the most troubling to me. This board's majority, along with their collaborators and partners in the city of Tucson, cannot be trusted with a revenue stream in the amount of a half-cent or full-cent sales tax over the next how many years, with no guarantees of a sunset, no guarantees that the priorities could be changed, and no guarantees that things could be manipulated that in such a manner that 3 years from now, 4 years from now, this board's majority or the next one, who is probably going to be comprised in a mirror-like image of this one, can say, you know, we don't need infrastructure or transportation as much as we thought. Let's redirect this sales tax that we've enacted to some other pet project like public housing or climate resiliency or climate
Point
change.
of order.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I want to stay focused on the substance of this item, which is focused on transportation.
I'm using that as an example, Mr. Chair. So the issue that I have is there are no guardrails with this bridge tax. There are no backstops to prevent this board's majority or another board's majority coming up in the future, or a collaboration of the city council to prevent misuse of those funds and divert them away from transportation issues. So Supervisor Hines, I'm afraid you can return to the RTA board and say that as far as a countywide sales tax being imposed on this board, I will never vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. If none of my colleagues have any further questions or comments, I had some clarification questions I wanted to ask. But Supervisor Kano, did you have something else?
Yes, I do. Chair
Please,
Scott, thank
go
you.
right ahead.
You know, look, I want to tone down the temperature a bit because this is a very important regional issue. And I take great offense at any suggestion that this board, whether it's a board majority or any one individual board member, would be trying to mislead the public with our commitment to a long-term plan for our region. We are here to have a discussion about how we're going to move our region forward. And it is perplexing to me to try to understand the criticisms that we just received from one of our colleagues when what is fact is that voters in the city of Tucson have not received the assurances from the plan that they voted on 20 years ago. If there are unfunded projects that have yet to be completed, I think it's a worthwhile discussion for us to figure out how we are going to ensure that those projects get priority. I've heard that from Mr. Ortega, that what we have to do sitting on this dais and as regional leaders is also celebrate the successes and the wins of this plan. And I truly believe that if we continue working together on a solution, whether that's March, whether that's May, whether that's November, we are headed in that same direction. But I take great offense at personal attacks directed at this board, which is what I believe we just heard.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hines.
Just to clarify some of these things, these questions in terms of guardrails have come up in discussion with members of the PAG RTA board. And in my discussions with Administrator Lesher, this is important to ensure that we are doing, this is not a replacement for RTA. This is a bridge funding to get to the next one. And this is not something where we're going to have this entity, our board here, doing the day-to-day management of projects and completing things, and that's not what we're discussing in any way, shape, or form. It is simply to continue the same revenue funding stream that the current TPT is bringing in. It can be drafted that way in the ordinance that we would be considering to vote on unanimously if we wanted to. It would be, again, funds going to PAG RTA to do what they are continuing to do, not for us to manage ourselves here, and also to make sure that that those funds can only be used for the purposes of furthering the purpose of completion of the RTA 1 project. All of that can be written into the ordinance that we would be considering, which I think takes care of a lot of the concerns that, frankly, I myself even shared in some cases. So Supervisor Christie, I think that, those questions are important, but can be answered.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Allen.
I just want to add in the importance, and this is something that I think District 4 and District 3 that we share, and which is the absolute essentialness of RTA's success, and that we have rural communities whose main sort of connection to doctor visits, to getting meetings with Social Security, getting to important critical appointments is transportation that is provided through the RTA. This funding is essential for making sure that seniors, for people with disabilities, for young people, for all of our residents who live in rural areas to get the connections that are needed. So I think it is on us to be creative, to be bold, and to also to trust that it is our responsibility, right, to come up with those solutions. So it just, I think for the purposes of our rural communities and all of our districts overall, but this is essential. We have to figure this out, or our folks are isolated. And that is simply a risk that I don't think any of us should, knowingly take on. So I just wanted to layer that on.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Anything else from my colleagues? Mr. Ortega, I did have some clarification questions, if I could ask you to come back up. With regard to the documents that have been attached to this item, the document that says RTA, parentheses, current financial overview, 2007 to 2029, I was the board's representative to the RTA board before Supervisor Hines was in that role for 4 years. I have never seen a document like this before. Has this document been presented to the entire RTA board, and is it something that is going to be shared with the public in some kind of explanatory way?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it has been shared both with the Technical Management Committee and the RTA Board. It is posted online as part of the materials for the RTA Board meeting, so it's available. Please note it does say draft on it, because we're really trying hard to scrub all aspects of it. I don't want there to be any question on any aspect of it, but I'm very confident with this after sitting for hours and hours really pouring through both on the revenue and the expenditure side.
I just think that it's going to be very important in terms of public education, regardless of what happens next, to walk people through this document, because the forecast, those first three columns, forecast, actuals, and then expenditures, have never been seen together. And I think that's going to land pretty hard with the community. So I wanted to ask that and prevail upon my colleague and the other 8 members of the RTA board to walk the public through that, regardless of what's going to happen next. Then I also just wanted to ask again for clarification with regard to the item that has number 3 on top of it, the RTA projected resources and expenditures through fiscal year 2036. That's going to be your recommendation and the TMC's recommendation, but that's not yet been approved by the RTA board?
Mr. Chairman, this is not my recommendation yet. This is information on how to accomplish and deliver RTA 1. So what I was asked to do was really look at RTA 1 as it feeds into RTA Next. And so the first order of business was to get that foundational understanding of RTA 1. And that's what this does, is gives a path for accomplishing RTA 1.
Then, Ms. Lesher, will the substance of this document be a recommendation to the RTA board from the TMC?
Chair Scott, I don't know. We're using that as the foundational piece to develop the recommendations.
I gotcha.
The TMC has given to the RTA a plan. We are in the process of reevaluating that if need be. Mr. Ortega has reached out to all of the jurisdictions involved and at the Tribe of the Nation and asked for tweaks. See how if anybody has to look at what we have proposed over the last several years that then went to the board and out for public comment to see if there's any modification, scope changes, what we can do with that. And I believe we'll be looking at that tomorrow. We are meeting tomorrow.
Mr. Chair, just to, because I've heard that a couple times now, just to let you know, at the last board meeting, I asked the board members to respond by giving me tweaks, and I use that term very, very deliberately because they're not wholesale changes, but tweaks to the existing plan that they've been considering over the last several years by today at noon. So hopefully here pretty quick, everybody's got their minor changes. Then tomorrow morning, the Technical Management Committee will actually dissect those and start to develop a recommendation back to the RTA board for the 31st. So that's the process to go through.
Thank you. And then two other clarification questions. The item that has number 5 in the upper right-hand corner, this has to do with transit, and you're still putting together a recommendation to the RTA board on how to deal with transit expenses. That's in process.
Mr. Chairman, yes, beyond June 30 of 26, and that has not been decided or even recommended yet. We just have identified the challenge, and so I'm looking for the solutions.
Okay. And then the last clarification question, if I could, is Supervisor Hines gave us this page from the RTA board agenda with 3 scenarios. My understanding, based on something you said earlier, is that your recommendation is going to be the second scenario, which is a new 20-year plan goes to the voters in November. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, no. That is not, in that I have not made a determination on a recommendation. The request was to provide information on all 3 of those.
I'm sorry, I thought you had said earlier that November seemed more palatable.
Great question. Okay. So on item 2, which is an election in 26, there's 2 options. There's May and November. I will recommend that we look at November, not May, under that scenario.
Thank you for clarifying that. No, I appreciate it. All right. And then in terms of my own comments, one of the concerns that I've always had and is the message that we send, not just to the community, if there's a gap in collection of this tax, but also what it might mean for our prospects for economic development. If it looks to site selectors, prospective employers, that we can't come together as a region on infrastructure issues, that is a significant concern. So I would be interested in hearing from Supervisor Hines what more work is going to be accomplished at the RTA board level. But I think it's very important that Pima County, all of its jurisdictions, come together with regard to the importance of assuring that this means for moving our infrastructure forward does not have any kind of lapse. If it does, as General Maxwell was fond of saying when I was a member of the RTA board, and I'm sure he's still fond of saying as our representative of the State Transportation Board, there isn't any additional state or federal money coming into this region for anything other than maintenance. You've probably heard that a few times from him, huh? So I'm just going to say to be continued. because it sounds like the TMC has a lot more discussion to have. The RTA board has a lot more discussion to have. I'm very grateful to Ms. Lesher and Mr. DeBonis for devoting their Wednesdays. She looks really excited about it for the next the rest of time. I'm also, again, to finish where we started, Mr. Ortega, very grateful to you for coming out of retirement to help our community deal with this. And Supervisor Hines, thank you for giving us the opportunity to discuss this. Did you have any closing comments before we moved on?
No, I appreciate the discussion, and I think to be continued is accurate. We will pick one of these scenarios on July 31st, and there's a very real possibility it will not be a March election, and we'll be talking more with the board. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ortega, thank you so much. We had a time certain item for 11, but I don't see Mr. Perez here. He is here. Oh, there he is. All right. No. We were going to move to our time certain item for 11, but I didn't see you. And then Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi pointed at the door, and there you were. All right. So, and I'm going to apologize to the 5 folks who are here for call to the public because of some time certain items. We have been delayed in that. I apologize. We will come to that as soon as we do this time certain item. Also want to say to Mr. Snell and Mr. McCusker that after we do the time certain item for the MEC, our 5 call to the public speakers, then we're going to take up the unfinished business with regard to the recommendation for the contract with the Chamber of Southern Arizona. All right. So let's go then to our time certain item for 11 o'clock. This is number 5 on the addendum. It is Metropolitan Education Commission Amendment number 3 to provide for the A1 Metropolitan Education Commission and A2 Regional College Access Center extend contract term to June 30 of 2026, amend contractual language and scope of work, contract amount $122,000. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Ms. Lesher, any comments from you or Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi?
No, sir, but we're here, happy to answer any questions if you have.
Okay. Mr. Perez, any, and I apologize, I shouldn't say Mr. Perez, Councilmember Perez, not only the Executive Director for the Metropolitan Education Commission, but our Ward 5 City of Tucson Council member. Any comments that you wanted to make about the item, sir? And thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, it was just a quick clarification. Currently not serving as executive director, but as the city liaison.
Shadow executive director.
Sure. All that being said, thanks, friends, for having me. I think the only thing that I would add is that, I think with the shift in the executive director role has created a lot of additional capacity for MEC and a lot of its programs. And so, as you know, throughout the last year, there was a significant level of engagement with MEC and our officials. Primarily with the chair, then it was Chair Grijalva. This year, Chair Scott, you'll see a lot more activity with yourself as well as with Chair Allen. You've already seen a number of invites for a Teen Town Hall, 20 Under 20, the Evening to Empower Ed. There's a lot of exciting things on the horizon. The only thing that I'll add, and I think it's an important note to make, is that in the next couple of months, as has kind of already been discussed with both Administrator Lesher and Chair Scott, is that the MEC will be making a proposal to amend its composition, as had been discussed in the last amendment last year, which will also include a name change and a set of proposed imperatives that really focus on democratizing access to learning and service. And so you'll see a big undertaking that really centers the programs around civic empowerment as well as academic empowerment. And this is inclusive with collaborations with the Arizona Board of Regents, with our folks in the civic space in Phoenix and in Northern Arizona. And this will all hopefully be in collaboration with Santa Cruz County and the city of Nogales. So just kind of wanted to put that on your radar. But that being said, that won't necessarily change the programs, but really I think focusing the name, the brand, and realistically the aspirations and the needs of the organization. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions from colleagues? Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, do we know how much the city of Tucson contributes money-wise annually to the MEC?
Yeah, so historically, there's always been a non-competitive allocation of $19,750, I believe. That has not fluctuated at all within the past decade or so. What has fluctuated is the allocation that was historically done through, say, a department level, similar to how Pima County does so with the Economic Development Office. I, within my ward office, am making up for a bit of a difference in what has historically been the lacking investment on the city side. What we're continuing, and now I think with an added proponent of me being a part of that body, advocating for a more consistent connection to both the department, the same way we have with economic development, as well as a sustained investment.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, say that amount again?
That was $19,750.
$19,750.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments from board members?
I think just piggybacking off of Supervisor Christie's comment on funding, I know that there's historically been a lot of asks as to what's the county share, what the city's share. I find that a lot of our service, particularly going into this next year, is actually reaching beyond city limits more than ever, primarily within Vail and Marana. Now that our respective programs are in collaboration with the Arizona Board of Regents, you'll see us more heavily within Marana, Catalina Foothills area, and Vail. And so just kind of wanted to make that note. And then I think also what's different and what might have been a point of contention last year around this time was that there wasn't a lot of diversity in the fundraising efforts. There is a significant change in that. And I think in coming into this year, we're actually getting funding, more funding from outside sources beyond the city and county than the total of both investments. And so there is a diversity in that investment now.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
Supervisor Scott.
Mr. Brown, please.
Though not required legally, because this vote is happening before a call to the public, perhaps we see if anyone came to speak on this issue before the vote?
Oh, all right.
Probably not, but.
I do not see anything listed on the cards, Mr. Brown, but thank you very much. I appreciate that. I had a request, Ms. Lesher. There is reference in the background for the item under reports. Agency will complete quarterly and annual reports. If the board could get copies of those quarterly reports. And then I'm going to be especially interested, not just as a member of this board, but as this board's liaison with the MEC with Goal 3. The agency will drive a 25% year-over-year increase in FAFSA submissions. That's exciting to read, and we'll definitely want to hear about the progress of that goal.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Any other comments or discussion? All those in favor of adopting the item indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Thank you, Councilmember Perez. I'd invite you to stay for our whole meeting, but we don't stay for your meetings, so. Thank you. All right, now we are going to go to call to the public. And again, my apologies to the 5 people who submitted cards. I'm going to go ahead and read the rules and regulations for call to the public. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the Sergeant at Arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may may direct offenders from the hearing room. Because we have 5 speakers, I'm going to read the cards in the order that they were given to me. Each person will have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is J.P. Sabatiera. Second speaker, Roland Baker. Third speaker, Christina M. I'm not sure what your last name is, but you can tell us when you come up. Fourth speaker, John D. Again, tell us your last name when you come up. And then fifth speaker, Dr. Denise Bowles. Okay. Mr. Sabatiera.
Chair Scott, I'd like to ask for your condolence in possibly extending the length of time for each of the 5 speakers when we normally create a time frame of 30 to 40 minutes for this function called the audience. Is that amenable to everyone?
No, sir.
Up to 5 minutes, not the whole.
We give 3 minutes per speaker.
Okay.
That's the rules for the board.
That's a clarification. Thank you, sir. Chairman Scott, esteemed board members, Deputy Attorney Brown, and I would like to start out by saying that I was really shocked when I watched the Project Blue activity, and I did more and more research to try to find out, are we putting the cart before the horse, having the board agree to something before anything else has further gone on. And, in real estate, you don't need this non-disclosure agreement. You can use a straw party to create a conditional purchase of a property, and then, upon getting the approval of the specific guidelines for the rezoning, it can be accomplished. But this proprietary things that we're supposed to be engaging and consolidating and keeping secret, no. That's putting this board into a situation of malfeasance and collusion, with a situation that full public disclosure needs to be the tantamount directive that we all expect. And in that regard, I brought this, it's a bromeliad, it's a perennial, it's a little rough, it's actually kind of like the citizens here in Tucson. It's got some harsh leaves. It needs water. It's got a beautiful color. It's got such great hope. Okay. I didn't express comments to the initial statement that I made before the call the audience last meeting, but I was so impressed with Supervisor Allen's comments, her research, the integrity of the effort she made to find true answers, and one that we didn't find out.
Your time's expired, sir.
This is for you.
If you could leave it with staff from the clerk's office. Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Baker.
Hello, everyone, again. Hello, Supervisor Scott, Allen, Supervisor Matt Hines, Supervisor Christie, and Supervisor Andre Canos. I'm here for a very specific reason. As you all know and have seen on TV, in the newspaper, there are kidnappings that are happening right here in this city, and they're happening all across the United States. And they're happening by people called, they're called ICE, and they wear masks, and we cannot allow that to continue. Before Donald Trump became the President of the United States, Sheriff Napier had a program where whenever the sheriffs were interacting with the Border Patrol, they would make phone calls, and they would have phone calls, and we would know how many times they interacted with Border Patrol. Our current sheriff has gotten rid of that program. We need to have that program brought back immediately. And the reason why is there's a brand new policy nationwide that has happened whereby now any person that has been picked up or is currently in detention can be in detention for up to 6 months to maybe years, because we don't know when they're going to let them out. We can't allow that to happen. We know about the concentration camps that are across this United States. We know what's going on in those concentration camps. We know that they have to be stopped. So the only way that we can take care of ourselves here in the city of Tucson and in the county is to have our sheriffs make sure that they are putting down what it is, how many times they are interacting with our Border Patrol, and we need to know when that is. The other thing I would like to say that across the nation, there have been sheriffs. There's 5 counties in California, 3 in Oregon, and 3 in New York that I know of for a fact that their sheriffs are coming to and making statements that they will not participate with ICE. They are here to help us. One of the ways that they help us, we have people who will not go to the hospitals right now. Here in the city of Tucson, we have pregnant women. We meet with them. We have those women who will not go because they're afraid that they're going to be picked up. We need to make, and this is where you all come in, a very harsh statement saying that you're here for them, because you are. Every one of you, all of you that have been voted in, you're here for our people, no matter whether they're documented or undocumented. You need to care for them, you need to take care of them, and you need to bring this policy back into the Sheriff's Department. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And I'll call on Christina now. And Christina, if you could spell your last name for the clerk for our minutes, because it's not written on the card.
Sure. It's Mokhtarin.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Election Day to those who are in Congressional District 7 for the primary. I'm a local public school teacher, and I'm also a volunteer with many immigration advocacy organizations, including an interfaith committee of Coalición de Derechos Humanos. I'm so happy to be here when you honored an AMPHI teacher. I'm a proud product of AMPHI School District. Also, as a former employee of a faith-based social service organization that was on county property, it's so great to see Pima County facilities honored. They are out there truly in the middle of the night, on the weekends, unclogging drains, making sure the heat is on, making sure the AC is working. And then also the Mexican consulate has done just a tremendous service here to people in our community. And I know this I speak from personal experience. I'm here today to talk, I know Supervisor Christie had some concerns about when the community feels elected officials or civil servants are not being responsive to the community. I'm here not for local officials and civil servants, but federal. We remain concerned, especially with the passage of the big wasteful spending bill that will allocate billions to ICE, about the extrajudicial kidnappings by masked, armed, unidentified immigration enforcement that we were told that happened in Los Angeles. Since the last time I spoke, at the last meeting, a federal district court in Los Angeles has ruled, Judge Frimpong ruled that using race, ethnicity, language, accent, location, or employment as a pretext for immigration enforcement is forbidden by the Fourth Amendment, which protects against unreasonable searches and seizures by the government. With so much money flowing in for immigration enforcement, we all have to be, we in the community are ready to speak out should this begin to take place. And we'd like for you all to be prepared to make statements. We would like to have local law enforcement report when they have to call immigration officials, and we wanted to find again what the rules of engagement are between the different levels of government. As the granddaughter and great-granddaughter of people who were Japanese Americans who were incarcerated during World War II, we need to remember that we have to have due process for everyone. And it was great to see us honoring Pima County Sheriff's volunteers who help people up the Mount Lemon Road. We have to remember the recreation area is named after someone who was a chain gang member who helped build that highway, Gordon Hirabayashi, who was the Supreme Court justified his incarceration. It was later set aside under coram nobis. In our country, even elected officials can be wrong. Even the president, Republican or,
Thank you, ma'am.
or Democrat, even the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Thank you. And John D., you're our next speaker, and if you could, as our previous speaker did, spell your last name for the clerk for our minutes.
Sure thing. It's Doherty.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Doherty. I represent a subset of the veteran community whose loyalty to the Constitution is paramount. I'm here on behalf of the immigrant community because lately they have been demonized in the media. We've seen this kind of rhetoric before throughout history. And let's not pretend that this kind of hateful rhetoric like we're hearing right now leads to anything we can be proud of as a country or a people, especially a country that purports to uphold the rule of law. Recently, I heard about an Afghani interpreter. By the way, I was in Afghanistan. I had an interpreter in my platoon. A man who risked his very life assisting U.S. forces who was recently kidnapped by masked thugs that are ostensibly federal agents in San Diego, California. I'm not even sure what happened to my interpreter in my platoon because I was wounded in Afghanistan and pulled out before my full deployment even happened. One of his dreams was to get U.S. citizenship and move to Los Angeles. So I worry about him every single day. And what was this brave man's crime who got kidnapped in San Diego? Well, he had a skin color that's been deemed unacceptable or less than. Again, last time we've heard rhetoric like this, 6 million people were exterminated on the European continent. We are in dire straits right now, and I want everyone to understand the gravity of this moment. It is anti-American in the extreme to have a secret police, but perhaps even more anti-American to be assisting in kidnappings. So, that's the crisis. What's the solution to this crisis? I'm looking for accountability with this body here to figure out where the local law enforcement officials are with this, with assisting ICE, because this is a grotesque violation of human rights, and it is everything, it is the antithesis of everything I fought for and stand for as a veteran. It is the most disgraceful thing I've ever seen, and we're going to be feeling shame for centuries to come for what's going on. The future is watching us right now, and are we going to do the right thing or continue to sink as a nation? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Dr. Bowles.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see everybody. Chair Scott, Vice Chair Allen, and member of the board. As the Pima County considers continued support for the Southern Arizona Chamber, we respectfully ask the board to also consider diversifying its investments to include other chambers that are actively supporting small businesses and contributing to the region's overall economic development and sustainability. The Greater Vail Area Chamber of Commerce serves the fastest growing Southeast region, including the census-designated places of Vail, Rincon Valley, Corona de Tucson, and Summit, which together are home to more than 70,000 residents. This includes communities experiencing double-digit annual growth, representing one of the most rapidly expanding parts of the unincorporated Pima County. We respectfully request an $80,000 annual investment to support our four-part initiative focused on workforce development, small business retention, and regional marketing and operational infrastructure. $30,000 would be to expand our paid internship program, placing underserved high school and college students in professional roles with mentorships, training, and the necessary tools. $25,000 of that would go for bilingual marketing campaigns, business spotlights, and targeted outreach to promote economic programs and uplift small businesses. $15,000 of that would be to host business workshops, networking events, and regional data collection efforts that would drive local spending and inform economic strategy. And then $10,000 of that would be for critical technology, website improvement, and systems that would build long-term capacity for growth and services. Small business retention and support is the foundation of our economy. Chambers are uniquely positioned to do this work efficiently, and as first responders to local business needs and advocates for thoughtful regional development, we champion businesses and infrastructures in a region that is rapidly expanding yet underserved in public investment. To ensure transparency and accountability, we're committed to submitting quarterly reports detailing measurable outcomes and how funds are tied to the goals of the Prosperity Initiative. We appreciate your leadership and respectfully request your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bowles.
Thank you.
Having no other speaker cards, I'm going to close call to the public. Ask my colleagues if they would like to ask staff for any additional information on an item presented, if they would like an item placed on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism. Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I would like the county administrator to come back in 45 days with a plan on our commitment to our regional chambers of commerce. Green Valley was mentioned. I also want to hear some more information about Vail and the Hispanic Chamber and any other entity that the county is not yet currently supporting so that we can have that conversation at a later time.
Thank you, Supervisor. Anything else from any of my colleagues? Supervisor Hines, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I just, if we could direct staff to clarify the referenced policy under Sheriff Napier as regards federal interactions or immigration-related interactions, and just get additional information to us about what I guess the current sheriff's administration does or doesn't do, and maybe why that change was made, and just with the understanding that obviously we can't direct the sheriff to do anything, including spend properly. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. And there were some requests, Ms. Lesher, that I made at the end of call to the public at our last meeting when we had one of our speakers from today and also Ms. Garcia and asked for some information, not just from administration and the sheriff, but I think also from the county attorney's office with regard to direction to departments that when they're encountering federal authorities. Thank you. Anything else? All right. So we're going to do this because we have another time certain item at noon. We're going to take up item number 21, which is unfinished business, dealing with the contract with the Chamber of Southern Arizona. Then, because we have our Director of Procurement here, Mr. Collins, we are going to we're going to also take up item number 6 on the addendum, which is a hearing dealing with a procurement appeal. And Mr. Collins will do that as soon as we're done with this next item, okay? All right. So let's go to item number 21. This is unfinished business, Chamber of Southern Arizona. And I am going to move that we accept the County Administrator's recommendation and approve the contract with the Chamber of Southern Arizona for the period of July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026 in the amount of $550,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion. Supervisor Allen.
So I commented on this last time. I wanted to kind of resume my comments around the, just some concerns about the contract, the amount of money that it represents. And, so first, I think that the chamber has little reach across the rural communities and across the expanse of the county. The primary focus is around the Tucson metro area, leaving behind other chambers and some of the small businesses that comprise the rest of Pima County. The chamber is a membership-based organization that's accountable to that membership. And as we have seen in the past, that we have been at odds with one another on different initiatives where the chamber has come out against some of the efforts of local government. We can also have different goals, right? The board has goals that are reflected through the Prosperity Initiative, through Pima Prospers, through the development of a climate action plan that have to show up and weave into the decisions and the things that we support as a board, and understanding the complexity then of the decisions of our community that don't necessarily get reflected in decisions and efforts that are pursued by the chamber as it relates to economic development opportunities. So for those reasons and others, I would like to make a substitute motion that reduces the amount of the contract to $300,000 and moving the difference of the $250,000 to our county's economic development department, and then also removing the words if releasable from sections 1.1, 1.2, and 3.2 of the reporting sections. And this is within a section in which if the chamber is subject to non-disclosure agreements, that we would not receive information about the projects that are being pursued that would impact us.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Discussion on the substitute motion.
Mr. Chair, this again is typical of this body, because no one is served in the capacity of a business ownership or put in private capital or private equity into a enterprise. So it's very difficult, I'm sure, for my colleagues to understand what businesses go through, and that's why it's so important that this board keep its hands out of the daily efforts of now the chamber. The important thing is to keep the structure alive and in place, and that it is a uniform body that speaks as a whole for the business community, one that has really been attacked and criticized time and time again by this board. And this board doesn't seem to realize that this is where our tax dollars are generated from that support the county's efforts. It is not the chamber's job to rubber stamp the decisions or the policies or the direction of the Board of Supervisors. That's why we need the Chamber of Commerce to keep it together, to have a formation where the business community can come together, can defend themselves, can speak up for themselves, and can put forward their points of view. They may conflict with the Board of Supervisors, but that's no guarantee that the chamber has to be a rubber stamp for anything that the Board of Supervisors enacts or pursues. The most important thing too, in addition to this, is by denigrating the amount of money that we're originally going to contribute with the administrator's recommendations to the chamber. If we deny that or mitigate it or cut it or slash it, it sends out yet another big billboard to the world that Pima County is not open for business. This board should be supportive of the chamber, its efforts, its decisions, and its membership. And I can tell you, as a former chair of the chamber and a longtime member of the chamber, There is no other vehicle in Pima County that stands up for them or speaks to them as the chamber does. And it's a direct slap in the face to business owners, mom and pop, generational enterprises, to employers, to entities that allow people to put food on their table and to grow and expand and enjoy the fruits of their labor. It's a slap in their face by taking away monies that supports their efforts. Thank you, Mr. Chamber.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments on the substitute motion? All right, let's do Supervisor Hines.
Yeah, if I may. So I guess that was technically before that. Shoot. How does this work? Okay, so I can't talk about diversifying funds for chambers. I have to talk about just the substitute.
We're just talking about the substitute motion that Supervisor Allen made that was seconded by Supervisor Kano.
Let's see. All right. Okay, got it. So I do support continued county funding for the Chamber of Southern Arizona. As to the level, I think that's something that we can definitely take up. I think right this very second is not great just because of the recent merger and we're kind of into this, cycle now. I think that it makes more sense to do that for the next budget cycle. But I would like to have increased transparency as to various activities that they're doing and how those are generating economic activity, more regular reporting of kind of just how the county's investment is, bearing fruit, so to speak. I know we've had that conversation in previous boards as well. So I would appreciate that. I do think it makes sense for us to look at these specific amounts and kind of how we're allocating things, but to deviate from the county administrator's recommendation now, I think it's just a little bit too last minute. Not that I don't support looking at this in the future, but at the moment, I do want to just stick with the recommendation of the county administrator.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Allen.
I don't think that $300,000 being allocated to the chamber is a face slap. I think it is a very significant investment. But furthermore, that's what the proposal is, to fund $300,000 to the chamber. $250,000 of an increase to our own economic development department. Right? That is supporting and bolstering economic development and supporting business that is around in the greater Tucson area. I think we need to think about, and this is part of the problematic, I think, nature of the relationship, is that we also have to think about other chambers. It opens it up. I have heard from other chambers that have said, in addition to, aside from today, that have asked about what the contribution would be now to them as well. So I think that is a reality. I just also have to, because I have heard this before, so I've worked for 30 years for nonprofit organizations, which just because there is not a profit tied to it does not mean that I do not know what it is to be responsible for hundreds of employees and covering their payroll and their health insurance and ensuring that we are meeting the needs that the organization goes to serve and the people, and being responsible and accountable to boards of directors. And those end up being experiences that have enabled me to connect with and support small business. They are not two separate worlds. So there is tremendous support, I think, on this board, including for myself, for the small business community across Southern Arizona. And it's based on my own experience, but it's also based on experience for the value that they bring and contribute to everyday families and the vision of where we live. So I can't let that, sort of sit and hover without responding to it. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Since we are in the middle of voting on the substitute motion, I just wanted a parliamentary process inquiry. Are we going to be voting on this and then hear from our chamber representatives after this particular substitute motion? Where would you like to see them speak?
I was not going to call on Mr. Snell or Mr. McCusker unless board members had questions for them. So they're here for the same reason that Mr. Councilmember Perez was here.
Got it. So, Chair Scott, would you prefer to have them come up now or in the next?
That's it. Thank you for the question. If your question for them is related to the substitute motion, then we'd have them come up now. If you have a question for them that is related to the original motion, then we'd have them come up later.
Okay. I think they're interlinked. So if you're okay with it, Chair Scott, I'm going to proceed with asking President Snell to come join us.
Mr. Snell, Mr. McCusker, if you could come forward, we'd appreciate it. And you could also, if you wanted to, Supervisor Kano or any of my colleagues, direct questions to Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi or Mr. DeBonis or Ms. Lesher if you had questions for staff.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott and President Snell. I'm really grateful that you're here, and of course have deep respect for Mr. McCusker, whose community engagement I value dearly. President Snell, Pima County, you mentioned this at our last meeting, represents about 1/7 of the Chamber's budget. I don't know if that's an accurate number. I'm curious, what is the Chamber's plan in this new merged organization that you have to treat this investment as more than a passive contribution and as a public partnership that demands public benefit?
Supervisor Scott, members of the board, thank you for your time today and your consideration. Supervisor Kano, I think I understand your question. If I don't, please redirect. But we take it more than a passive. It's not a donation, and it's not a passive investment for us. It is, we sign a scope, a contract with you. We have to provide a scope of services on that contract. So for us, it's a very important contract that we need to provide returns to you on. So it's not a contribution or something like that. It's very much so has metrics that we have to adhere by, and those are negotiated back and forth every year. I hope that answers it.
It does, and I think I have 2 or 3 more questions, Chair Scott. Thank you. Q1, you reported 23 jobs. Q2, you reported 0. Q3, you reported 0 jobs created. And in Q4, there was an uptick. You had a lot more numbers, and I want to thank you for ensuring that public dollars are going where they need to go. What happened in Q2 and Q3 with the job performance numbers coming to the board at 0? If I were in the private sector, I'd probably be fired.
Supervisor Scott, members of the board, what happened, the job creation is not linear. It doesn't fit equally in quarters. We had a national election and frankly, a major disruption with tariffs and stuff, and it caused a disruption in the number of companies that we thought would land when they landed. So very common. We can see deals that can take 3 to 5 years. The deal that you looked at last time, Project Blue, we've been dealing with for almost 3.5 years. So they do take a long, so there's no way to predict exactly when those happen. I'd like to spread them out equally, but it doesn't work that way. And I think this year in particular was a little extraordinary. Again, presidential elections disrupt. Businesses don't like unpredictability. They absolutely do not. They want predictability. But so between any presidential election and this one was a little different. It was a controversial. And then the tariffs coming in did throw businesses, it made a pause happen for them. So when they were thinking about investment, they paused that a little bit. And I still think there's some of that going on.
Thank you. Chair Scott, one of my other questions is what role does the Chamber see itself playing in advancing the Prosperity Initiative? That actually is not just a county document, that is a document that the entire region has embraced. And I'm curious, when you are recruiting and retaining major employers, how you are talking about our incredible need to reduce poverty in our region. And I am thankful that the county administrator has ensured that in this new contract, there are some metrics tied to how you are going to be embracing the Prosperity Initiative. But I'm worried that perhaps the spirit of that has not made it into the boardroom.
I'll let Joe answer that. A couple of quick comments as to this money, how it's different than investments in other chamber, and the 20-year history that this appropriation has with the county. These are attraction dollars. We use them exclusively to cater to, market to, host, publish in their newsletters, site selectors and companies that are looking at coming to Tucson. It's been the historical nature of these dollars seriously for the last 20 years. They're earmarked to that marketing effort. They're in our budget. The treasurer are now responsible for that budget as marketing dollars. So if you reduce it, the only thing it's going to affect is our ability to market outside of the region to people that are looking to coming to Tucson. I share Supervisor Allen's passion about small business. Rio Nuevo is all about enabling small business. But that's not the conversation about this appropriation. This money goes entirely to, I don't know that the Chamber's done a good job being accountable to you for these dollars. And we can change that so you can see exactly where they go. But where they're budgeted to go and where they're earmarked to go, Supervisor Cano, is into the attraction side of what we do, the Sun Corridor side of what we do. Chambers don't interact with site selectors. We are the site selector receiving agency and have been for Tucson. I think the merger has confused that element of what Sun Corridor does, because we've combined the history of the small business chamber, as Supervisor Christie identified, with this attraction organization that for years has brought companies to this region that understand our values, our mission, and our economy. Caterpillar, Amazon, Hexagon, Home 2 Goods, Target, and on and on and on. We promote our values when we are first introduced to these companies. One way that we do that is that any inbound CEO sits down with at least a dozen of us in their introductory dinner. And it's the CEOs of companies in our region talking about the value and virtues of our region, from affordability to weather to accessibility to nearness to the border to things that we need them to embrace. Our conversations with the Caterpillar Foundation were significant as part of the recruitment of Caterpillar to Tucson. They invest in things that matter to us. And I think that's the point of this. And to Supervisor Hines, if there are issues with this, we've budgeted for this appropriation. If we lose it, we've got to go back to our budget. If there are issues with us in the next year, or if you're unhappy with the accountability that we have, we can address that. But I think it's important that you understand these are attraction dollars. They're not earmarked to help small business. It's not a chamber dues. It's specific to our marketing efforts outside of the region.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott and Mr. McCusker. Can you tell us a bit more, Mr. McCusker, in your role as treasurer, what the neighboring jurisdictions are pitching into the new chamber for Southern Arizona in terms of contributions? The only one I'm aware of is the city of Tucson at $50,000.
This is the only government entity that contributes anything at this scale. There are other jurisdictions that pay chamber dues, but again, we're not responsible to them for attraction. We view your role regionally as the organization that is not parochial when it comes to attracting a company. If we have a contract with the city of Tucson to attract a company, they're only interested in attracting that company into their city limits. So it creates a conflict with the county and with other jurisdictions. So we have always looked to the county as the primary funder of our attraction dollars, because you do represent the entire region. This has been much higher historically. It was 650 2 years ago. It was dropped to 550 last year. But again, it's used to promote the region, not any one jurisdiction within the region.
Supervisor Cano, any other questions? Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, gentlemen, both of you, for being here to talk on this issue. You mentioned, Mr. McCusker, that the funding has already been cut from Pima County to Sun Corridor, and that amount was how much and when?
Chairman Scott, Supervisor Christie, a year ago, our allocation from the county was 650, so it was reduced to 550 in the last
So it's already been reduced to $100,000 since a year ago.
Yes.
Mr. Chair and gentlemen, whoever or both of you to respond, when you're out doing the function of your mission of trying to attract and bring new industry and businesses into Pima County, trying to grow jobs, trying to have a better quality of life for our populace in the terms of gainful employment, what is the opinion that you run into with many corporations, many site selectors, many industries who may be considering moving here? What do they say as far as the opinion they hold of Pima County as far as bringing business into Pima County?
We can share that survey with you, and there are parts of it that are very flattering. The least flattering part of that is that our region, the city, the county particularly, are not pro-business. And we have to change their opinion, Steve. And that's part of why we bring them to town. I don't think there's been a deal that any of us have participated that we don't ask them to come visit us, see for yourself the values. And to tie in to my friend Mr. Ortega's comments, the other issue we hear far too often is, what's the deal with your roads? We had 6 site selectors come to town a year ago. Most of them hadn't been here ever, or those that hadn't been here for 10 years. We had them stay downtown. We toured them of everything within the region. We held a webinar at the Fox Theater, and we went down the line and asked them their views of Tucson. The first question was, what stood out most to you about your visit to Tucson, Arizona? 5 of them said, your new downtown. The 6th said Pima Community College. Workforce development, talent. If Joe said it once, he said it 1,000 times. Talent attracts all jobs. Companies come here for talent. And you're beginning to see us now. You may or may not know this statistic, but a year ago, Tucson was ranked above Austin in terms of new tech jobs. We're finally on the map for some of these companies, but it takes some effort on our part, Mr. Supervisor, to convince them that Tucson is indeed pro-business. And a lot of it goes to exactly what we try to represent, the economic value of what they bring, but also the unique culture of this region and how we really want a company that's going to fit in here. There are a lot of companies that don't get invited to those dinners.
Mr. Chair, one final question.
Please.
Would the impression be in the community that you are articulating, and as well as trying to attract to come here, what would the opinion of them be, or how would it look if they were to learn that another $100,000 or $200,000 was cut by this Board of Supervisors to your operations? How would that play?
I'm a volunteer treasurer, so they can't fire me. It's the optics that we are concerned about. It's the messaging behind that, as much as it is the money. But it goes to, the level of support that outsiders see from our government entities. Because it would be a cut, it does speak to your point that it appears to be less supportive than we would otherwise like.
Let me just add, Fletcher did a great job capturing that. One of the challenges is we are perceived, a lot of times it's not being business positive when our friends up the road in Phoenix are. The other thing is a lot of questions come back, are we able to solve our issues regionally? Do we work cooperatively? I think that would speak to our inability to work together among the private, the academic, the government sectors. I think that could hurt us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Supervisor. And I just want to point out for clarification that when the board voted last year to reduce our allocation from $650,000 to $550,000, that was a unanimous vote and that it was based on the recommendation from the county administrator. It was, Supervisor. We voted 5-0 for $550,000 last year. Yes, sir, we did. So the county administrator made the recommendation. She made recommendations to cuts not only to Sun Corridor, but also to Job Path and to a couple of other entities. And when we voted on the Sun Corridor recommendation, we voted 5-0. But let's move now to a vote on the substitute motion, and let's do a roll call on that.
Supervisor Allen?
Yes.
Supervisor Cano?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
No.
Chair Scott?
No. Okay, substitute motion is defeated by a vote of 3-2 with Supervisors Allen and Cano voting in favor. Let's move now back to the original motion, which is to approve the recommendation for $550,000. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I want to offer some comments to both the county administration and to the chamber leadership. It is important to me when a $500,000 contract is on the board agenda and when we are 1/7 of a private entity's budget, for there to be some public accountability and for us to be asking ourselves as a jurisdiction what we are going to do to support greater investment in this region. It is a new chapter for the board. I look forward as a county supervisor to figure out how we can work together to bring more employers to the region. And I want us to figure out how we can continue to ensure that the Prosperity Initiative and our work to attract major and large employers to our region will produce benefits. I believe that this contract amount has ebbed and flowed over many budget cycles with no clear stipulations about the return on investment for taxpayers. I am going to be supporting this contract today because I have been asked by key leaders in this community to give this new entity a chance. Your treasurer is sitting right next to you, President Snell, and I trust in his understanding of this public-private partnership that is critical. And you do need advocates on this dais advocating for you. In that same breath, the county administrator needs to look within so that we can ensure that our economic development teams have the resources to grow as a region and to have Pima County leading the way, not outsourcing our economic development to a third party that has very little accountability to our region from a financial standpoint. And I take great issue with this new entity continuing to expect a $500,000 buyout and still criticize local government in the same breath, hampering our ability to go forward with any proposal to the taxpayers moving forward. Again, it's a new entity, so I'm going to hold my breath and hope that after this discussion and 2 meetings, we might be able to have some more clarity about what the chamber is producing for taxpayers. If in 2 quarters, I submitted a report to the board that said that 0 jobs were created directly or indirectly, that is not just a point for pause, it's a point for us to ask, is this amount where it needs to be? Should we be doing more? Should we be doing less? And I think these are all good questions. And in the spirit of
honoring the county administrator's recommendation and the spirit of providing an opportunity for the chamber to prove us wrong. I mean, President Snell, I'm asking this rhetorically. Has the chamber board had an in-depth presentation on the Prosperity Initiative? And if not, is that something that we can work with our liaison through the chair of the board to be able to really figure out in depth how we are going to put some movement into this contract? Those are the questions that I'm thinking. And it's not easy for me to be listening to the tremendous need in our community, one organization getting the whole pie, and our other important organizations, other chambers, other entities who are committed to the same mission not be at the decision-making table. So I'm going to take a giant leap of faith as a new county supervisor to say, let's do better together, and let's stay focused on how we can make our region the best place to live and to work.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments or questions on the original motion, Supervisor Allen and then Supervisor Hines?
So I would like to make an amendment to Supervisor Scott's motion by removing the words "if releasable," again, from sections 1.1, 1.2, and 3.2 of the reporting section. And I do that so that we are always ensuring that there is a flow of information between what the chamber is doing and negotiating that is pertinent to us, and that be it our economic development department or the board, knows what is being negotiated, knows what is happening. I think we are seeing and continue to see and will see the fallout of the NDA and Project Blue as it's related to our decision. And so the not sharing of information with us and having that in the contract, I think is just problematic. And we have heard from our constituents that it's not acceptable. So I want to make sure that the information is still communicated to the proper Pima County entities or individuals. So that is my amendment.
Chair Scott, may I ask a clarification?
You may.
Okay. This is to release information not publicly, but to our offices and to the county administrator and her staff, correct?
It is, yes.
I will second that.
And just to be clear, what Supervisor Allen's amendment is referring to is on Exhibit A of the contract under reporting. That's correct, isn't it, Supervisor?
It is. Yep.
Because if you look at 1.1, which is reporting per occurrence, it says if releasable, and then it's also under, which other one, Supervisor, please?
1.1, 1.2, and 3.2.
Okay. All right. Now, my understanding is that the reason that is in parentheses is because of non-disclosure agreements that might have been entered into not by the jurisdiction, but by the Chamber of Southern Arizona. Is that correct, Ms. Lesher? Okay.
Chair Scott, that would be my interpretation, but I'm not sure. I think we'd have to ask the entity.
Okay. Let Mr. Snell and Mr. McCusker, what Supervisor Allen is referring to is if you look at Exhibit A of the contract under reporting, there is in parentheses the two words if releasable with regard to per occurrence reporting, and then also under is it monthly? I'm sorry, quarterly. Is that right? Yeah. So it's under the per occurrence reporting 1.1 and 1.2 and the quarterly reporting 3.2. The in parentheses if releasable. I said that I thought that might be referring to non-disclosure agreements that the chamber has signed. Mr. Brown thinks that that's likely accurate, but if you can clarify that for us.
That's likely, because we share all the companies we're working with the county when we meet with them. If we are bound by a non-disclosure, as the Chamber of Southern Arizona, and they ask us not to share that, we will not share that.
Okay, that was my suspicion, and I'm not going to be able to support the amendment because there's a difference between non-disclosure agreements that county staff enter into on behalf of the county and non-disclosure agreements that the chamber, more specifically, to your point, Mr. McCusker, the site selector side, the traditional Sun Quarter side enter into. So I would not be able to support the amendment.
The other issue, Chairman Scott, is that we're not allowed to disclose the name of the target. And we couldn't do that to staff any more than we could do it to the board.
Thank you.
If they know it, it's discoverable. It's in the public domain and subject to freedom of information requests. That's the very reason that site selectors want to be under an NDA, so that it's not public until they're prepared for it to go public. And if we didn't sign those, the deal would never get to first base.
And that's less in terms of keeping information from staff, as you said, or certainly from decision makers. It's more to keep information from competitors.
It is, Supervisor Scott and members of the board. If there's any incentive or a property sale that comes in front of the county, that'll still need to be disclosed at some point.
Right.
And it's not just site selectors. Let me be very candid. It's companies that are local that are expanding. They might be looking, and we could be dealing with a local hospital that is looking at an expansion, for example. Well, they don't want the competitors knowing what they're working on until they're ready for that. And it might have nothing to do, they might not be coming in front of a governing board asking for any incentives, any approvals, because they might not need them. So we're going to protect them.
Well, I appreciate that the amendment, the motion to amend was seconded so that we could discuss it. I'd encourage my colleagues not to support it for the reasons cited. So unless there's further discussion on the amendment, let's move to a vote and let's do a roll call vote.
Chair Scott, this is a roll call vote on the amendment.
Yes, to remove the two words, if releasable, in parentheses from Exhibit A, 1.1, 1.2, and 3.2.
Okay.
Those were the three sections, wasn't it, Supervisor?
Yep. Supervisor Allen.
Yes.
Supervisor Cano.
Yes.
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
No.
Chair Scott.
No. All right, the amendment is defeated with Supervisors Allen and Cano voting in favor. Let's now go back to the original motion, which is to approve the recommendation for the contract for $550,000. Any further questions or comments from supervisors? Okay, I want to ask you to stay on Exhibit A. And I appreciate that this contract is not presented to us by the Chamber of Southern Arizona, that this contract was negotiated between representatives of the Chamber of Southern Arizona and representatives from the county. And I want to thank Ms. Lesher, Mr. DeBonis, Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi for their work on behalf of the county in terms of negotiating this item. And if you look at the cover memo of June 27th that Ms. Lesher gave us with this contract attached, she listed some highlights in bulleted format. And one of those highlights was that the contract, quote, clarifies the focus of supporting the region, including Pima County and the local cities and towns. And with regard to that, I want to draw your attention to Exhibit A and look at item number 3, which says, support Pima County's economic development strategy 2023-2026. and provide assistance to the region with the implementation of areas of the plan. And I won't read the rest of it. And you'll see that the Economic Development Strategic Plan is attached to this item. Now I want you to look at item number 7, and this might be of particular interest to Supervisor Cano based on the requests he made of administration after call to the public, and also to Dr. Bowles, and thank you for staying, Dr. Bowles, with regard to her role as a member of the Vail Chamber. Number 7 in Exhibit A says, work with other corporations, agencies, or entities that are involved in economic development activities. More specifically, collaborate with regional partners that support the economic development mission of Pima County and the Chamber of Southern Arizona. I take that to mean the regional chambers, such as the one that Dr. Bowles represents. I take that to mean the Hispanic Chamber of Southern Arizona. I take that to mean the Southern Arizona Leadership Council. And I am pleased that the county, when it was negotiating this contract, put that item in there. So what I would like to ask, and I've already communicated this to Ms. Lesher, Mr. DeBonis, and Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi, is that in the monthly coordination meetings, which are also described in Exhibit A, that those 2 items, item 3 and item 7, be standing agenda items, so that we know as a board that supported that economic development strategic plan, how it is being focused on through the work of the chamber, and so that we can hear some of the outreach that you all are doing to the other regional economic partners. And I have heard from you, Mr. Snell, and also from Mr. Guyman about the work that you intend to be doing with our other local economic partners. I just would like that to be a more regular focus in these monthly coordination meetings. All right? Yes, Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I appreciate you giving the county administrator a little bit more direction on, and our economic development staff some guidance on that. Administrator Lesher, you've heard a lot today about this contract, and we've talked about it. I'm curious, you're going to be coming back to the board with some additional information about ways to ensure that we are being a strong regional partner on economic development. I'm just curious if you can give us some takeaways from today's conversation, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Scott, Supervisor Cano, and members of the board. What I've heard is that we are continuing to support an organization recognizing it is going through change. And that while we are looking at all of the ways in which we evaluate and collaborate with and report on the activities of what has historically been Sun Corridor, it is now including that chamber element, and it has not done that before. So that we need to look and ensure that all of our chambers are reflected in reports. I see a distinction sometimes between chambers and economic development organizations is the difference in business attraction and business retention, and that we will continue any efforts to monitor all the work being done to retain our businesses, particularly our smaller businesses in the community. As we look at the attractions component, it's when we need to continue to ensure that our economic development team is embedded, that we're getting the information, and that we're getting real numbers back to the board to evaluate the success of that organization. So I think what I'm hearing from the board is we're in on the new experiment, and now let's see how this works as the year breaks out, of how the economic development, how that attraction is continuing to work, and that we are working as a region to ensure that all of the various jurisdictions and communities can take advantage of the lead opportunities, can be part of looking at ways in which businesses might be located in all the different jurisdictions in the region, and that we're looking to continue to monitor the work with all of the chambers.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I want to request a clarification and a correction of the record. Our staff did some background. On May 7th of 2024, I voted against reducing the contract. On July 2nd, 2024, I voted to approve the contract. So this should be corrected and clarified.
Supervisor, I apologize. Thank you for that clarification. I was only thinking about the vote on the final approval, and I apologize that I mischaracterized your position.
Appreciate the apology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we vote?
We can.
That would be amazing. Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, but Supervisor Allen wanted to make another quick comment.
So I just have to emphasize, though, that it is a misnomer to think that a community is not business friendly if it is also a community that works to raise the per capita wages, that works to ensure that our long-term health and sustainability is one that benefits all of us, and that there is long-term thinking. These things, I just want to make sure that as you all are evolving this organization to do both retention and attraction, but that underneath that is still this commitment to who we are, which is not who we are, who they are up the road, that we are different. Indeed, we are. And that we should be proud of that difference. And that difference is what makes locating and staying in Pima County unique and important. And that is great, right? It is, I take the position because of my love for our community and our love for bringing business here and for supporting small business because of the uniqueness of who we are. And that in and of itself is incredibly important. And that is the thing that I hope that we are pitching out to business and industry. So I just had to emphasize that bit about, I hope folks are also taking from this conversation.
Can't we be just a little bit like the place up the road, just a little bit?
The final comment that I'll make is I appreciate that Supervisor Cano has indicated that he's going to support the contract and that he expects staff to follow up on the direction that is given to them through the contract. Please hold me accountable as well. I am going to be our representative, not just to the board of directors, but to the executive committee of that board of directors. I'm going to be the representative to our Economic Development Council, the Public Policy Council. I'm probably leaving out a council, Mr. Snell, but hold me accountable as well and share your comments with me as colleagues. All right, let's move to a roll call vote on approval of the recommendation.
Supervisor Allen?
Yes.
Supervisor Gano?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
How is this unanimous? Yes.
Chair Scott?
Yes. Item passes 5-0. I thank my colleagues for the dialogue. I thank Mr. Snell and Mr. McCusker for being here and sharing their input. And I thank Ms. Lesher, Mr. DeBonis, and Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi, who I think we've made late for his next appointment. All right. Okay. Because I promised Mr. Collins that we would do this, and I'm going to try to be a man of my word, Mr. Collins, as long as we know each other. Let's move to addendum item number 6. And Mr. Brown, I gather that won't have any issue with regard to our time certain for executive session. That's a very lawyerly response. I like it. All right.
Good afternoon.
Okay, very good. Where we are, I'm sorry, Supervisor, we are on addendum item number 6. This is a hearing on, it's under procurement, solicitation number IFB-2500009743, paint and paint supplies appeal of procurement director's decision. And Wendy Kim who is the person appealing the decision. She is on remotely to answer any questions that the board may have. At this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Lesher, and if she wants to make any introductory remarks, or turn it over to Mr. Collins.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott, and I will ask our procurement director, Mr. Collins, to summarize for you what you have before you today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Scott and members of the board. Just for some background information regarding this appeal, the solicitation was issued in May 19th. The bid opened on June 18th. We had 2 responses. The responses were from Sherman-Williams and Pittsburgh Paint Company, doing business as PPG. The initial recommendation was to award the contract to Sherman-Williams. This was a low bid solicitation, so the basis of award is to award it to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. The notice of recommendation to award was issued on June 26, naming Sherman-Williams Company as the potential selected vendor. A protest was received on June 27th, and PPG indicated they protested the award to Sherman-Williams due to their pricing structure was inadequate and incomplete and did not match. Upon reviewing the protests, it was determined that Sherman-Williams was correct. We also reviewed the solicitation. The solicitation had substantial errors in their description of the products. So for an example, it did not say we wanted 5 gallons or 5 quarts. And because of those deficiencies, the decision was made to reject all the bids, cancel the solicitation, reissue the solicitation after we made the appropriate corrections in the scope of work. Once we canceled it, all of the bidders were notified the following day of the cancellation, and that's when there was an appeal submitted by PPG of the cancellation. In the interim, the procurement department has taken steps to ensure that we are going to be doing training on, a refresher training on scope writing, bid formation, and bid evaluation. So we're already starting to put steps in place to mitigate these things happening with the deficiencies in our bid documents.
Questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Christie.
Yes. What is the objector, I guess, or the individual contesting this? What are their positions on this? What are they saying? That why should they receive this procurement?
Representative Scott, Supervisor Christie, what the appellant is saying is that they feel that the procurement director should not have rejected all the bids and rebid it. They feel that their bid should be the bid that should be awarded. Our position is that because of the solicitation had so many errors that the general public could not be able to submit an adequate bid. So for the sake of transparency and fairness to all prospective bidders, the recommendation from the procurement director, and when we consulted with the county attorney's office, we collectively agreed that would be in the best interest of Pima County to reject it, clean up the document, and reissue it so all prospective bidders can bid.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Allen.
Hello, thank you. So just a quick clarification, and I apologize if you'd said this a minute ago. The is it practice or is it policy that when there is an error such as this, that the cancellation of all of the bids is what happens, and then it gets reopened? So is that, and apologize if I'm not characterizing accurately what happened, but is that the policy, or is it more of the, kind of the tradition or the practice?
The national tradition in public procurement is that when the governing body that issues a solicitation finds an error after the bid is open, they will typically cancel the bid and reissue it. That's a national practice, because at that point, there's no ability to correct it because the bids have been received.
Mr. Chair. Was that it, Supervisor Allen? Okay, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. So is there a possibility of reopening this bid and pointing out the mistakes and saying, once you correct these, we'll consider it again, or is that not the part of the process?
That's so in a invitation for bid, you would normally not, after the bid is open, issue an addendum to correct the deficiencies because you have already received everyone's prices.
So everybody's showing their cards.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Mr. Collins, could you recite again the 3 areas that you indicated our staff needs some additional guidance or training?
Chairman Scott, I would like to characterize it as a refresher.
Okay.
So we have some staff that have received the training, and we have newer members of our team that this may be the first time they've received the training.
All
So
right.
it's a refresher.
Okay.
So we're gonna focus on specification writing, bid formation, and bid evaluation. I think with a re-emphasis on those areas, situations such as we have before us can be mitigated.
And then a natural question to follow up with is, other than this solicitation, have you found those concerns in any of those 3 areas in other solicitations that are either currently out there or being developed?
No, sir. Additional item that we put in place is to increase the quality control and quality review. So prior to items being issued, we will be doing sampling so that before the bids are issued, the division managers and senior members of the team will be reviewing the documents that their staff will be releasing, and will be reviewing the recommendations before they're finalized.
Okay. And I realize that Ms. Kim is on, but only for questions. But I'm going to move to close the public hearing and deny the appeal.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0 because Supervisor Hines had to leave the dais. All right. Thank you, Mr. Collins, for sharing your morning with us and for being so patient.
You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting.
No one ever takes us up on that. All right. We're going to, I'm going to move that we go into executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in session, and I just had a request from Supervisor Cano to afford him a point of personal privilege.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott. I wanted to take a quick moment to thank our incredible county workers in the elections department and in the county recorder's office for their diligent work to prepare for the big day today, the congressional primary in Arizona's 7th congressional district. This takes a lot of work to get to today, and I'm sure folks are eager to see this work come to fruition, and I'm excited about the results coming in later today. So I just wanted to thank our county workers for all of their diligent work, including volunteers as well, by the way, who observe the poll stations and members of all parties that participate in their democracy. Thank you.
Chair
Supervisor
Scott,
Cano, thank you. Ms. Lesher.
If I may just take an opportunity to jump on that, thank you, Supervisor Cano. And as I think you know, in a couple of the last years, sometimes there's a hitch in the giddy up in getting every vote center opened, and at 5:50 this morning we received word that every vote center was up and running smoothly.
Outstanding.
So it was very good news. So thank you and congratulations to that team.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Important to thank our election workers, and great to hear that update. We were in executive session, and if you go to the regular agenda, items 10 and 11 were for information only, but there's two further items under the regular agenda under the county attorney that we need to address before we go back to the agenda. First one is item number 19, and I would move that we approve the proposed settlement in Pima County versus L&W Supply Corporation.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item number 20, I would move that we approve the request for a conflict of interest waiver. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair?
Sir.
Would you be of such a condition to entertain that we bundle items 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31?
I had those on my cheat sheet as well, and I would second your motion. So we're moving 25, 26.
No, 24.
24.
25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31.
Yes. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, those items are approved. Now, since you're in the mood to do that, Supervisor Christie, sitting as other boards, I would move that we approve items 12, 13, and 14.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Any discussion on those three items?
Just clarifying, since the flood control district and the library district are different boards, can we combine them?
Okay.
Do you keep it sitting as a flood control district or divide for other club?
I just said sitting as other boards, but. Okay, so we would be sitting as the flood control district for item 12, sitting as the library district board for items 13 and 14. Was seconded by Supervisor Cano. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, those items are approved. And if you are so inclined, I would move approval of items 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40.
Mr. Chair?
And that's sitting as the board. Sorry, Ms. Manriquez. Go ahead, Supervisor Christie, and then Supervisor Allen also had
I have a question on 32, 34. Want to pull 36. And how far up did you go?
I went all the way up to 40.
And I'd like to pull 40.
So you would approve a motion to approve 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, and 39?
But it'll allow for questions.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. So 32, 33, 34, 35.
37, 38, and 39.
37, 38, and 39.
Okay, so those items are moved and seconded. And then Supervisor Christie, you had a question about one of those items. And then Supervisor Allen, I apologize. Was there one of those that you wanted to pull, or are you okay with considering them in block?
So I have a question on 32.
Okay, you can still ask questions, but are you willing to consider approving them in block? Okay, all right, sorry about that. Okay, Supervisor Christie and then Supervisor Allen.
We're now able to ask questions on the ones we've designated?
Yes, sir.
On item number 32, does this have anything to do with Project Blue? And is this well located on property to be annexed by the city of Tucson? And if so, will Pima County be reimbursed for it upon annexation?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, no, and we will not be reimbursed because the answers to the first two were no. It is not related to Project Blue, and it is, I'm sorry, I knew, when you first asked him, I knew no. The second, it is not related to Project Blue. It's not part of the city annex. What was your second question, Supervisor? I'm sorry.
Is it located on the property that will be annexed?
No, sir, it is not.
Okay. Very good. Those are my
Thank you.
questions.
Supervisor Allen, you had a question.
Mine was similar, but
Okay.
it's just that would it, like, whether it's formally part of Project Blue or not, would water from this well be used during the initial period until the water service is able to be provided because of its
Got it. Thank you. Mr. DeBonis.
Yeah, Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen, no. So in no way is this well now or in the future intended to provide water service for Project Blue. There's a variety of uses out there. The fairgrounds itself, there's motorsports, shooting sports. This well serves those other uses operated by the county or our contracted operators.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
Moving to 34.
Please.
This is a contract amount to provide for Maximo subscription and hosting and to amend the contractual. Isn't Maximo supposed to be discontinued? And why are we renewing Maximo if it's supposed to be discontinued?
Thank you, Chair Scott. Supervisor Christie, I'm going to ask Deputy County Administrator Holmes to walk you through the Maximo piece. Thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Scott, Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, Maximo continues to be integral part of our ERP process. It got upgraded, so there may been some confusion of whether we're banning, but it's still a significant part of our management tools and our suite.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Holmes, Maximo was never intended to be discontinued?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, no.
Okay.
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions on those items? All right, all those in favor of approving those items, and can you read them again, Ms. Manriquez, please?
Yes, they're item number 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, and 39.
All right, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, those items are approved.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Cano, please.
Thank you. I wanted one more point of personal privilege.
Please, go right ahead.
I want to thank somebody who just joined us in the audience, my former colleague in the Arizona House of Representatives, Lorenzo Sierra, now representing Cigna. Welcome to the Pima County Board Hearing Room.
Representative Sierra, what a great honor to have you with us. Thanks so much for joining. Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Again, I know we have a presentation, but I'm just trying to get through some quick things. If you go back to the addendum, there's only one item remaining on the addendum. We've covered all the others, and that would be item number 4. I will move that item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
First of all, I want to state that the Watershed Group, they're made up of terrific people. They do a great job. We're very appreciative and admiring of the Watershed Group. But on this particular item, some questions regarding that. Under metrics available to measure performance, if we could get an explanation of this, the wording is, at a minimum, 2 rain garden projects will be constructed at local transitional housing facilities. Individuals will attend education and on-site workshops to complete the project. First question is, what individuals? Are they residents of this transitional center or staff? What individuals will attend the education? Secondly, where are the projects? Third, how much will it cost? And fourth, why is it not completed?
Administrator Lesh.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. I'm going to ask Deputy County Administrator DeBonis Jr. to speak to that. But there, in terms of the cost, it's a no-cost extension, so there won't be the additional cost from the initial contract. But Mr. DeBonis can specify exactly what the costs are for this.
Do you want,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Dolan, do you want me to start over with the list of the
No, I
questions?
think
First of all, like, what individuals?
So, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, I do not have all the details on this one, so I don't know the project specifically, the locations. I know that Watershed Management Group works usually with local residents, community members, and they participate in those stormwater collection projects.
Let me stop you right there, if I may, to expedite time. Can you send me a memo answering those questions?
Yes, will do.
And again, they are what individuals, where's the projects? It's been answered that there will be no cost. It's a continuance.
And why
isn't it completed?
Why a continuance? Yes, sir.
And other than that, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie.
And I'll move the item.
Okay, well, I think it was already moved and seconded. All those in favor of addendum item number 4 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain?
Okay, so the item passes 3-0-1 because Supervisor Cano had to leave the dais and Supervisor Christie abstains. Okay, again, just trying to take care of some items that I think can be done quickly. I'm going to go to approval of the consent calendar, which is number 15. I will move approval of the consent calendar as submitted. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We're going to come back later after our presentation to item number 16. We'll also take up number 18 later. Let's go to item number 22. Pima County Community Land Trust to provide an affordable housing gap funding agreement and affordable housing restrictive covenant for the Barrio Kroger, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Lane infill project. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Item number 23, Southwest Nonprofit Housing Corporation, Rio Azul Partners, to provide an affordable housing gap funding agreement and affordable housing restrictive covenant for Rio Azul Apartments Phase 2 project. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Let's look at item number 36. Kimberly Horn and Associates to provide for a broadband gap and feasibility study. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion.
Is
Go ahead,
I mean, Chair
Supervisor
Scott,
Hines.
is this a county-wide feasibility study and gap study, or what is this?
Administrator Lesher.
Yeah, Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines, yes, it is a countywide study. I can get you a little, Deputy County Administrator Holmes, if you have additional granularity on the location, or is it simply feasibility throughout the county?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, and Administrator Lesher, this includes Santa Cruz County, mainly studying the rural areas of our county and Santa Cruz County to look at feasibility. As we've been engaging in broadband expansion, there's a lack of information around what's actually available underground. So this actually, through a consultant, will help us determine what the scope of need is across some of our rural areas.
Okay, thank you. And Chair Scott, I think, didn't the $1 billion we were going to get for Arizona kind of go away with the Trump administration or something? The $952 million in BEAD grants that we were trying to, it's related but not the same issue, right?
Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines, we can get you the specifics of where we are with the funding and the grant. We are optimistic about a large portion of the funding that was coming to our Office of Digital Inclusion.
Great, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments or questions on that item? All those in favor of item number 36 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. And then let's do item number 40, which is acceptance of a grant to the Health Department from the Arizona Department of Health Services. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes with 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. I think very quickly we could do these 3 hearings. The first one is a liquor license. And I will move to close the public hearing and approve the license for Taco Cell Tarasco Restaurant. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion?
I'll just say I look forward to going to the new location of Tacos El Tarasco in Apple. And invite my colleagues.
Oh, did you want to second that?
Oh, no, I'm good.
Perhaps you could invite the owners to provide us lunch during executive session.
All the way from us.
I like it. All right. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. We have a hearing on a rezoning ordinance number 42. I'll move to close the public hearing and approve ordinance number 2025-17. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Now we'll go to item number 43. Also a hearing. I'll move to close the public hearing and approve ordinance number 2025-18. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. All right. So we will now go to item number 17, which is update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, excuse me.
Supervisor Christie.
On the addendum, did we address item number 4?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. Excuse me, go ahead.
You're fine. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Scott. And here today to walk through today's presentation, Jen Darling, you know, our Director of Homeless Opportunities and Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions. My apologies, but also to welcome back a colleague from the city of Tucson, Kat Davis. Some of you may remember working with Ms. Davis when she was part of the Pima County Health Department for dog years, decades of the pandemic. So thank you for being back with us today, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, County Administrator Lesher, Chair Scott, members of the board. Good afternoon. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Thank you. As has been the practice, updates to the board from the Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions are on activities and efforts aligned with one or all 5 of the 5 priorities set by the county administrator when the office was established in December of 23. Just briefly, again, that is to inventory county and partner programming, to describe and illustrate how services are accessed and delivered, to develop county and public-facing communications, develop a strategic and continuous improvement plan with the goal of ensuring programming is responsive, sustainable, and equitably distributed, and develop a means of tracking efficacy of county assistance. Today's update will touch roughly on the top priorities number 1 and 2. Again, so for this month's update, as County Administrator Lesher alluded to, I've asked Kat Davis to join me to provide the board an introduction to and an overview of the local continuum of care, more commonly referred to as the Tucson Pima County or Pima Collaboration to End Homelessness, often referred to as TPCH. Ms. Davis is a Continuum of Care lead team manager at the City of Tucson's Housing and Community Development Department. And prior to her time with the City of Tucson, again, as County Administrator Lesher mentioned, she was at the Pima County Health Department leading emergency response work, including extreme heat and Southwest border responses. In her current role as a Continuum of Care lead team manager, she supports TPCH and system-level homeless response in Pima County and is supporting and facilitating the development of TPCH's strategic plan. TPCH data such as the point-in-time count, the scope of homeless programming has informed memoranda from the Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions, as well as has been part of previous presentations and updates to the board. The county and the city are integral partners to TPCH, which Ms. Davis will speak and highlight that role each of these jurisdictions play. Equally, TPCH is an integral partner to both jurisdictional efforts to address homelessness in our community. And with that, I will pass the mic to Ms. Davis.
Perfect. Chair Scott and members of the board, thank you so much for having me today. It's great to be here. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. So today I am going to cover, as Jen mentioned, the homeless response system, TPCH's role, and then we'll talk a bit about our strategic planning process. You can go on to the next slide. So to start out, what is a continuum of care? So the continuum of care programs are actually required by HUD, and they're designed to do these 4 specific things. This is a really unique program design from a federal funder in that it puts a lot of ability to tailor the community's response and the community's needs in the hands of the community to determine, what's working best for us. It also places roles like evaluation and funding oversight into the community's hands that would normally be done by the funder, which in this case is HUD. And next slide. So TPCH, the COC, the Tucson Collaboration to End Homelessness, these are all the same thing, so different names for the same thing. But TPCH is an independent, self-governed coalition of community members, housing service providers, government representatives, as well as aligned service providers in Pima County. There is a general council, a board, and committees that are made up of elected members, and they all share varying levels of authority, as well as having a lived experience council that advises the board. TPCH is governed by the governance charter, as well as written policies and procedures that are upheld by general counsel and the board. And so while TPCH doesn't directly report to mayor and council or to the board of supervisors, we'll talk about the city and county roles and what that looks like. So next slide, please. So TPCH locally has 5 pillars of responsibility at the systems level of homeless response. So TPCH is not providing direct service, but we support the agencies that do. So responsibilities can be broken down into these 5 pillars of rating and ranking funding applications, doing needs assessment and gaps analysis, strategic planning, as well as evaluation of the funded programs, and then building and providing the necessary infrastructure to support the system. And next slide. So what are the city and county roles? City and county are both in really unique positions within TPCH because they play several different roles. So Continuum of Cares have 2 lead agencies. So the city is the COC lead agency providing operational and administrative support. But the county is the Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS, lead agency. So what this means is that the county staff provide support for HMIS, which is a shared database of people experiencing homelessness, similar to like a medical record. And as the lead agency, they operate the HMIS system. They provide data cleaning and reporting to HUD, as well as community data requests, and they follow and enforce the TPCH HMIS policies. So aside from being lead agencies, the city and the county both also have 2 appointed board seats each. So there's board representation. Currently, these 2 positions for the county are held by 2 staff from Community Workforce and Development. The third role that both the city and the county have within TPCH is as a funding recipient. So Community Workforce and Development for Pima County and the Housing First program for the city both receive funds to operate supportive housing projects. Next slide. So who does this funding serve? The COC funding is intended to serve people who are experiencing homelessness specifically. So TPCH has eligibility criteria for the COC funded housing programs. And these criteria are based on HUD's definitions of homelessness. So to receive supportive housing services through the COC, somebody must either be literally homeless, a youth at imminent risk of homelessness in the next 14 days, or somebody who is fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence that lacks the resources to obtain their own permanent housing. So there are many other people in our community who may be late on their rent, or they just need a low income housing option. And those folks are better served through other parts of the housing spectrum of different solutions, such as prevention funding or through public housing or a voucher system. If they are not actually homeless, then they will not be served through COC funding. So next slide. All right, so within the homelessness landscape, there are many different funding sources braided together to provide these services in our community. So the COC funding, as I explained, provides supportive housing, which is the rental subsidy, plus the supportive wraparound services such as case management or resource navigation. COC funding also includes funding for the 2 lead agencies. So the city and the county both receive a small percentage of funding to help support the work of the COC. And then there's also the Emergency Solutions Grant. So this funding is formula funding that goes to both the city, the county, as well as the state. And these partially fund homeless prevention, emergency shelters, rapid rehousing, and outreach services for people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. Many other funding sources are also used to support this work, including the Community Development Block Grant, general fund through grant making processes, and as well as state funding through DES and ADOH, as well as philanthropic funding from the nonprofit partners that we have. So prevention services are funded almost entirely through philanthropic funding. So next slide. So TPCH's level of oversight of these different kind of areas within the homeless landscape depends largely on the funding source. So we have the most oversight and authority for the Continuum of Care funds, as well as the Unsheltered Homelessness Set-Aside money and the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Project, which are now all wrapped into the Continuum of Care funding. For the Emergency Solutions Grant, we have some oversight of programs that are funded through ESG funding, and we also make recommendations about who receives that funding. And then there's other funding, other state and federal funding, as well as the philanthropic funding that we don't have any direct oversight of, but can work with our partners to have some level of influence and coordination with those funding sources. Next slide. So for this upcoming fiscal year, our community is receiving $14.5 million in continuum of care funding. So this is going to TPCH member agencies. Of that total, $12.3 million is going directly into housing, either permanent supportive housing or rapid rehousing. The remaining 2.2 million will go into supportive services only projects. So those projects provide supportive services but don't include a housing subsidy, as well as the funding for the lead agencies who are supporting this work. Next slide. So one of our roles as TPCH is to do strategic planning. Our current strategic plan ends this year, and so we are working on creating our new strategic plan that will guide us through the next 5 years. During the information gathering process, we completed a literature review of a bunch of other plans within our region, including the Prosperity Initiative, Plan Tucson, Pima Prospers, and the HUD strategic plan. Beginning in April, we began holding engagement sessions with the TPCH community. We also had a homelessness aligned services workshop in June that some Pima County staff attended, so that was great. And then this month, we're working on drafting goals and action steps to inform the plan. Next slide. So this is part of the literature review, and I'm happy to share the entire literature review with you. It's very long, so it's not all held on these slides today. But I just wanted to highlight for you, there's a lot to be said for affordable housing, housing stability, workforce, and economic development. A lot of these plans address those issues, but where there is kind of a big gap is around the homeless response system specifically. And so most of these plans do not cover that information, which to us gives TPCH a great opportunity to step in and be the planning body for that specific area. Next slide. So these are the draft priorities that we have come up with so far in our strategic planning process. These were approved recently by the board. So our 4 priorities for moving forward are improving the individual client experience within the homeless response system, improving workforce capacity of homeless service providers, optimizing and increasing efficiency within the homeless response system, and collaborating with external partners on multi-sector solutions. So TPCH's hope is that collaborating with our county leadership will not end today, but will be ongoing collaboration to create these multi-sector solutions to homelessness. So next step of our strategic planning is using all the feedback that we have received through all of our engagement sessions to draft goals that will align with these priorities. So today I would love to hear any feedback you may have on alignment between TPCH and the county's goals. And next step. So the next steps are 2 upcoming opportunities for your offices and your constituents to have some input into our strategic plan. So this month, in the next week or so, we will be coming out with a public survey that will allow folks to help us rank the goals for the plan for the next 5 years. And then this fall, we'll also have a public comment period on our draft plan. And back to Jen.
Thank you. And so to that point, one of the ways that I am supporting Ms. Davis, I will be reaching out to each of your respective offices to see about this planning or scheduling time wherein you can provide some direct feedback to Ms. Davis that can also inform the further development of that strategic plan. As an aside, the conversations that have been informing the development of the strategic plan as well as other initiatives addressing homelessness throughout our region also are informing the development that the county has or underway at the direction of Chair Scott from May 6th board meeting related to the shelter feasibility and work plan. So one of the consistent themes in our community is that we attack or we strategize in silos. And so one of the opportunities that, again, bringing this item before the board, helping to increase the public awareness about ways in which both the county and the city, as well as TPCH, can align our responses to unsheltered homelessness, are opportunities for us to really work up and outside of those silos and to ensure that we're delivering programming in timely, efficient, and effective processes or strategies. Next slide, please. So right now we will hold for any questions from members of the board.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I hate to, I don't know if we need to, but is there any possibility that quickly we could go back to the one or two of your first slides? The one that shows, that's as fast as you can go. Okay. Wait. This one. One question I have here on this particular chart, it says general counsel. Who's your general counsel?
Yes, thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. Our general counsel is made up of our general membership. All of our meetings are also open to the public, so public is able to attend, as well as folks who have applied to be members of TPCH, those who receive funding or not.
When you say general counsel, I'm sorry, I thought you meant like counsel, like counselors, like a lawyer.
No.
Well, this is not your legal advisor or anything like that. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Let's see, one more before that, if we could.
And actually, before you go off that slide, if you don't mind, Supervisor, there was a new group that you were working on specifically, Ms. Davis, that I don't think is listed on that slide.
Yes, thank you, Chair Scott. So we, in March, began an executives coalition. So it's not named specifically, just kind of under the coalition's banner, but we have an executives coalition that is made up of the executives of agencies who are receiving continuum of care funding. And so this just helps us be able to communicate and get additional buy-in and greater strategy across our community, working with the executive level folks.
And that was, besides those reasons, were there any other reasons for that council being formed?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Scott. So on our board and in our committees, they're elected positions. And so at the end of your term, you term out from participation, have to take a break before you're able to come back and be elected again. And so if we want executive leadership to be involved consistently and aware of what TPCH is doing, have some advising role as far as kind of creating standardization or buy-in across agencies, just greater collaboration. We needed that consistent communication with them, and just having them be in an elected role was not consistent. They would term out and have to be removed from the board or whatever committee. So by creating this coalition, this gives them an opportunity to participate in a way where they don't have to term out and try and get reelected or something.
Thank you. And Supervisor, thanks for letting me jump in there, but that slide sparked a memory of that Executives Council. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Supervisor, and then Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just on this chart, or maybe another one before, it doesn't matter, I did not see any presence of law enforcement.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. So law enforcement doesn't receive funding from the continuum of care to provide supportive housing. However, we do partner really closely with law enforcement on a lot of our initiatives. So, for example, we're speaking with the Tucson Police Department currently on how they can be involved in the point in time count and other operations like that. So they're a close partner, but they don't receive any continuum of care funding.
I see. And Mr. Chair, Ms. Davis, in some of your categories that of those that would be recipients of the program, I did not see anyone with a drug issue or mental health issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. So that doesn't specifically give you access to these services. Your homeless status does. However, we know that many of the people that we're serving who are experiencing homelessness have also other issues like substance use disorder or severe mental illness. They may be fleeing domestic violence, all of those things. When we are supporting people experiencing homelessness, they often have multiple different concerns. It's not strictly economic.
So where do those categories fit in with this plan?
Sorry. With the strategic plan, is that what you're referring to? Yeah, go ahead. Did you have something?
So Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, if we can go back to the slide that shows the housing continuum or the little houses from. one more. There we go. So Supervisor Christie, you ask a very important question. So one of the things that we understand about trauma, as well as mental health challenges, substance use, it's an overlay of any individual who may be in any of the housing situations that you see on this particular slide. Substance use is not discriminatory. It doesn't matter where an individual may be residing, that they can still have a substance use issue. It can be a complicating factor for individuals experiencing homelessness, absolutely, and create and present a very significant barrier to that individual, either A, accessing services, or B, remaining stably housed once housed. But one of the things that we also understand is that these are co-occurring crises that can happen irrespective of what an individual's housing status is. When they reach homelessness, when they reach to an unsheltered setting or an emergency shelter situation, one of the things that we're seeing in our community is a pivot to addressing the crisis that the individual is having as step number one before we can start to address the status of where they're sleeping. So that means, can we connect them with detox before we can even start to have a conversation around where are you going to sleep tonight?
And it'd be, Mr. Chair, Ms. Darling, it would be interesting to see the breakdown of those individuals that you just mentioned with the issues of mental illness and addiction versus those that are just homeless for other reasons. Is it a significant difference, or is it down the middle, or do you have that information now?
So Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, so the point in time count did give us a little bit of a snapshot of those individuals who, largely adults, we only survey among people age 18 and over. And we are seeing a significant increase in the number of adults who are experiencing homelessness, chronic homelessness, and or either substance use and or mental health. Now, through the whole system, these are all self-report data, right? So when we do have an individual who enrolls in shelter, and even someone who gets enrolled into a housing program, they don't necessarily disclose, and they're not mandated to disclose. It could be that they can be sheltered and or housed, and we won't necessarily identify that they have a substance use issue until we start to work on ongoing challenges that are getting in the way of them maintaining stable housing.
And then they are transferred maybe to another entity and out of this program, or?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, you're asking a great question with respect to the ability for our agencies to work in a cross-disciplinary strategy. So we have housing partners who develop relationships with our behavioral health system, as well as our substance crisis intervention system, being your Kodak, your community bridges organizations. And really they start to triage and resource amongst one another to make sure that they're bringing resources to individuals before they fall out of housing. And we're even seeing this strategy with a multidisciplinary outreach approach that the City of Tucson's employing through a 3-year supplemental funding opportunity. It's largely meant to put a medical provider, a substance use provider, with an outreach individual in a space or like an encampment area, and start to triage the crisis that individual's having while also navigating them into housing. So, and it is proving to be a more successful approach at bringing care to the individual versus simply moving somebody out of it.
So those categories aren't just an abrupt cut down the middle, and those are over here and your end is over here. There's a blending.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, yes, unfortunately, there's not a way to bifurcate the crisis from the status sometimes.
Yeah. Good point. Last question. Are any of your funds under administration review?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. So currently, the funding that was on that slide, that has been awarded, and we are awaiting contracts for that funding. As far as we know, that funding has not been cut. That funding was awarded as part of a 2-year appropriation that was supposed to go from 2025 to 2027. Unfortunately, they have decided to cut that and make it 1-year appropriation, have us do another, no, they're going to release another NOFO within the next month or so, probably, to reapply for the funding for this next year. So there has been a bit of a change in process, but as far
and
as...
it's being monitored, I'm sure.
Yeah, so, but no cuts that we know of.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. I think Supervisor Hines had his hand up first, and then Supervisor Connor.
So I guess what's what is working well and maybe not so well with regard to our community's efforts to end homelessness by way of permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing initiatives?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines. So the point in time count data did just come out recently, and it gives us a bit of a snapshot as to kind of what's happening in our community. It's not, an overarching picture of, the last year, but it does give us some important trend data. And so we really saw an explosion in our unsheltered homelessness during COVID as we had a housing affordability crisis. The lack of affordable housing is the number one driver for homelessness. And so as housing becomes less affordable, we see an increase. Since that time, our overall homeless population has remained steady. However, we have increased sheltered homelessness by 63% since 2022. So that's important because we know that people who are sheltered are safer and generally more stable than people who are unsheltered. So while shelters are definitely not a solution and are not permanent housing, it is encouraging to know that our system has been able to expand to help meet the need that was created. So we still have a ways to go, but that is some signs of improvement. As far as permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing, one of the challenges that we have is due to the lack of affordable housing. It's difficult to exit people from the programs into longer term housing that is affordable for them sustainably. So we continue to work in increasing income and things like that to prepare folks to pay market rate housing levels, but that lack of affordable housing is a big challenge for our system.
Great. And Chair Scott, just a couple more questions. Could you, just for the folks who might be listening at home, permanent supportive housing, can you define that? And also then rapid rehousing initiatives, can you just define those two things for folks?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. So Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines, permanent supportive housing can be permanent. It's for people who are living with disabilities. And so it's not time bound, whereas rapid rehousing, you don't have to have a disability, but it is time bound to a maximum of 2 years.
Okay, thank you. And then I think second to lastly, are we, in your estimation, dedicating too much time, energy, resources, to on emergency shelters and other emergency type measures, and maybe not enough of those resources on the permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing, the things that actually move the needle? What would you say about that?
Yeah, Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines. Shelters are not permanent housing, as you mentioned. So, any dollars that we can use to create additional housing is going to be a benefit. However, the problem that we have currently, there was a big move kind of away from sheltering and just housing people directly. But the problem that we have now is with the increase in housing costs, there's less ability to do that. And so there is more need for shelter right now. I know there's a lot of effort in the community with the new property tax and things like that to develop that funding to support more affordable housing. But that's a longer term solution. So we are in the situation now where we have the need for this emergency response and for these emergency shelters to provide that short term solution to help get people into a more permanent solution. So ideally, yes, we would just house everyone who's experiencing homelessness, but without the resources to do that currently, it does give us more of a need for emergency shelter.
Right. Okay. And then lastly, I guess quality versus quantity. And we heard that the numbers of street living homeless are stable, but it looks like, and correct me if I'm not seeing this accurately, but there's a higher proportion of folks that are suffering, who are serious mental illness or struggling with substance abuse disorders, that kind of thing. How does the fact that while the overall number might be relatively stable, the concentration of those who truly really are the ones that are the most at risk and the ones that we need to really trying to be helping the most. The number of those folks that have so many like really complicated needs and are suffering from serious mental illnesses and maybe substance use. How does that, I guess, complicate, or how does that kind of change how you have to do this? Because it's not just that one number. It's like what does that number represent, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines. Yeah, what the information from the point in time count showed us this year is that we do have, kind of a stable number of overall, but the populations you're talking about, so people with serious mental illness, people with substance use disorder, as well as survivors of domestic violence and people who are experiencing chronic homelessness, which is kind of a specific definition from HUD, but all of those categories of people, we're seeing increases. So what that tells us matches with what we're hearing from the direct service staff, is that the people that they're working with, their issues are much more complex. So it takes a lot more work and a lot more resources to really meet the needs of those folks compared to somebody who maybe just lost housing due to economic reasons. And so as our population of people experiencing homelessness gets sicker or more complicated, it requires more staff time from our agencies to really meet the needs of those clients. It also makes housing stability really difficult. So if we're able to house folks, that's only the first step. Then we have to keep them housed. And so having the staff time to be able to, create stability is really a challenge, and it creates a lot of burnout within the direct service staff as well. And so that's one of the reasons why we've also identified that priority for our strategic plan of supporting the workforce.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and thank you, Ms. Davis and Director Darlin, for your presentation today. As you are aware, a few weeks ago, the Board of Supervisors passed policy number D2217, that's the Affordable Housing Fund. And I'm curious, we are supposed to get recommendations from the Commission in just a few weeks. August 31st is what the policy says. And given what we've heard from both Director Darlin and Ms. Davis about the need for short-term emergency support, I'm just curious how we are communicating that to the Commission so that their recommendations are consistent with meeting Ms. Davis's point, which is the need is now. And it was kind of one of my worries, Chair Scott, at first, is that we passed this historic investment, focus on the supply side, but then have to juggle those priorities of the emergency relief that's needed in the interim. And so I don't know if it would help from this discussion if we suggest a percentage that is going toward the supportive housing that is needed in the interim. I also am curious, so I want an update on that process, right? How's the Commission doing based on what we pass as a board? But also, in looking at the policy here, the board was our definitions are very expansive. And so I feel as though, for instance, if a jurisdiction in the region had a really good program that they wanted to see funded to keep people housed, I want to make sure that this policy is allowing that flexibility, not just for the the private sector or nonprofits to be able to offer their proposals, but I don't want to see us duplicating something that's already happening. And so specifically, Director Darlin, are we getting any word that any jurisdictions are considering coming to the Commission for funds from policy D2217? Hope that makes sense.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Scott, Supervisor Kano. Yes, so as a matter of fact, prior to the board's action on the board policy, we had established a timeline to establish a draft housing strategy. And one of the strategies under discussion, including the funding, was to address housing for individuals exiting homelessness. So that is a specific strategy that the Commission and the working group are taking under review. review, and I'm leading that conversation with agencies, and I've had conversations with La Frontera, I've had conversations with Primavera, and also informed by my ongoing dialogue with Ms. Davis at the city with TPCH. Right now, where we are slated, I believe that the commission is going to be we are having the conversation at the August meeting. The strategies around addressing homelessness are really about the brick and mortar. We haven't gotten into the service strategy, but that isn't to say that it won't inform that. As a matter of fact, Ms. Davis has been invited to present to the Affordable Housing Commission to provide the same presentation that she's provided to the board, as well as the same presentation she's provided to mayor and council as well. So as the commission starts to formalize the recommendations that will be brought forward to the board, that will also be part of the conversation that commissioners take under review.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Really just a comment now that I believe we've reached a perfect storm where you've got varying levels of jurisdictional oversight now. City of Tucson's mayor and council just last month voted on an ordinance that bans camping in washes and in parks. And so I do believe that as we figure out the enforcement mechanism of this, there's going to have to be an immediate ability for our jurisdictions, no matter where you live, to be able to take care of people and ensure that people are housed. And so I didn't hear, Director, any specific guidance that you need from this board yet. It appears that the commission is doing its due diligence and that they're going to come forward. But I do believe that housing supply is not something that is really going to be figured out in the next year or so. The market's a bit chilled in terms of new development. And so I would encourage our commission to keep an open mind in the recommendations that are going to come before this board in just a few weeks, because I do think that we need that as enforcement happens across the region. We're also going to see an uptick in need is what will end up happening. Thank you, Chair Scott.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Supervisor Christie.
Just one apology to the board. I should have caught when I talked about lawyers being involved, that was counsel. It should have been spelled EL, not IL. So I apologize for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Allen.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for the presentation. A couple quick questions. So looking at the diagram that's got the, I don't know if they're concentric when they're tilted up that way, but the increasing circles. So for if those are the new kind of priorities or strategies, I'm wondering about how those differ from what they were in the past, and kind of what led to that shift. Is it, what was the data or the observations that led to that pivot?
Yeah, great question. Thank you so much, Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen. So previously, our last strategic plan was a lot more kind of tied to numbers of, no more than X number of people experiencing homelessness. The problem with goals like that is that the homeless response system is really responding to the crisis. We're not creating homelessness. And so we don't have control over how many people become homeless. All we can do is respond to the need to our best of our ability. And so we wanted priorities and goals this time that really measure the work of TPCH. Like, what are we actually able to control? What are we able to improve? And so that's why we're focusing more on the people, the individual client experience, the staff workforce experience, our own efficiency within our system, as well as those partnerships and collaborations outside of our system and across the region. And so those things are much more things that we actually are able to improve, and areas where we have a bit more control. And so that's, we felt like these were better measures of the actual work of TPCH.
Thank you. And then my last question is just about the point in time study. And my understanding is that there are a few places that don't participate in the study or don't share data. And I'm wondering which places those are, and what kind of margin of error then does that create in the data set?
Thank you for that question, Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen. I don't know of any specific places not sharing data. Did you have? Oh, some shelters. Yeah. Got it. Oh, some shelters. Okay, my apologies. Yes, so the shelter system is super complex and mostly funded through funds like state funds, FEMA funding, philanthropic dollars. We have very little funding that is city or county controlled that goes into shelters. And so we don't really have the ability to compel folks to participation. And so, yeah, so we do our best to coordinate with partners, but we can't make everyone participate. So there are many shelters that do participate in the point in time count. And really, the point in time count is really great for actually looking at trends. The year over year data is kind of the best way to look at the point in time count. It is just a snapshot. We have other data reports that show kind of, throughout the year, how many folks did we serve. But the point in time count is really just that snapshot. So keeping our methodology similar year to year so that we can do those comparisons year to year is really kind of the best way to look at that data. And so we know that it's an undercount. We know that. And I think we go out and do as thorough of a job as we can. This year, we expanded what we were doing. We're using over 400 volunteers. So I think that what we do is actually really thorough. We are definitely counting, I would say, the majority of folks who are either unsheltered or sheltered that day. Definitely the majority of folks who are sheltered. And so it is absolutely not perfect, and it's definitely an undercount, but it does give us those trends from year to year to kind of show us, like, are we trending in the right direction? How do we compare against other communities nationally? HUD releases a it's called an AHAR, but it's the annual report of all of the nationwide point in time count information. And the last couple of years, there have been huge increases across the country. And so when we look at our data, we can say, okay, our data, we're pretty flat. We're at a very high level, higher than we would like to be, but we're not seeing the giant increases that are happening across the country. And so comparing those trends is really the best way to kind of look at the point in time count data rather than, counting on the exact number. Is this the exact number of people we have experiencing homelessness? No, but it gives us an idea of the overall trend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thanks for your work.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Could we go back to the slide that lists the 4 areas of focus for the strategic plan? It's near the end, I believe. No, it's a little further along. There we go, draft priorities, that one. And Director Darland, that's what you're going to be meeting with each district office about, correct?
Chair Scott, yes, that is correct.
Could I ask 2 favors? Number one, could you prepare some guiding questions to help frame the dialogue that you have with each district office? And as you know, I meet each month with Mayor Romero, and we talk about common areas of interest and concern for both the city and the county. We have had, as Ms. Lesher knows, discussions about TPCH in those meetings. I would like to be able to share with the mayor the input that board members have on TPCH draft priorities, and then would also ask that she share the draft priorities of mayor and council as well.
Yes, Chair Scott, I'll work with Ms. Davis to make sure that we come up with those questions and then reach out to each of the respective offices to schedule some time.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments for our guests? All right. Thank you both so very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We have just 2 more items left. One of them is item number 18, which is the 2026 legislative agenda. Supervisor Hines, I'm sorry.
Sure, Scott, could we, it's a little weird, but I would like if we could maybe vote to suspend the rules and reconsider item 36 for some additional discussion.
Item number 36. Hold on just a second, Supervisor. Ah, I see. Okay. So you're asking for reconsideration?
I'm first asking to suspend the rules because technically a contract that has been already voted on cannot, as I found out, be reconsidered. I guess not even at the same meeting that it was voted on. So
Okay.
we have to, as a board, agree to kind of just hit pause on those rules and so we can do it.
Okay. All right. I'll second your motion that, and it's a motion to suspend the rules of the board to be able to discuss the contract. And that the motion's okay, framed that way, Mr. Brown? All right, I'll second that.
Thank you.
Let's have discussion on that motion. All right, all those in favor, go ahead.
I can explain why I'm doing it, I suppose.
Yes, you
or, yeah.
can.
So, I just found out some additional information and also looking things up. I'm concerned that maybe a lot of this information exists already from other sources, and I just want to make sure this isn't duplicative and a waste of funds. So,
I was wondering why Miss Simon showed up, and now I think I know. All right. Okay, so all those in favor of suspending the rules of the board so that we can reopen discussion of item number 36 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Kano opposed. So now you're asking to reconsider
item
the
36.
item. All right. All those in favor of, I'm sorry, I'll second it. All those in favor of reconsidering item number 36 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, that passes 3-2. So we're reconsidering item number 36. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. So I was just hoping we could get some additional information in terms of exactly what this is doing. And I know that just through the federal BEAD grant process, there's a lot of data, a lot of gap analyses have already taken place. I know a lot of that information is private. Private businesses have done it as well, which we may not be able to have access to that information. But could we just get a bit more information as to what are these funds going for and why it's necessary, if you would, please?
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, and you're right, Chair Scott. Michelle Simon is here, our Director of the Office of Digital Inclusion, to explain why we don't think this is duplicative, but if you would, please, Michelle.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chair Scott, Administrator Lesher, and Supervisor Hines. I am happy to answer your questions, and I'm glad that I got the opportunity to do so. There is a lot of confusion about what is happening on a federal level when it comes to monies associated with broadband expansion. Changes that have happened with the National Broadband Map, the rules and regulations for BEAD funding, it's created a lot of confusion, not only for myself and you all, but for our community members, trying to figure out, well, who is going to get me internet? And how am I going to be able to have access to that connectivity? So for this effort, this is a USDA grant. So USDA is funding this effort for us through the Broadband Technical Assistance Program. This allows us as a county to make data-driven decisions about how we're going to expand, and then the focus is on rural and very remote areas of our counties. It has nothing to do with the urban areas at all. The reason that we're doing it is exactly for what you were just saying. There are pieces of information all over the place, but none of it is in one place, and much of it we do not have access to. If you take a look at the current national broadband map through the FCC, it will show that almost all of Pima County is now served because satellite internet qualifies as high-speed internet. However, satellite internet is not affordable for every person in our county. And so what this broadband gap and feasibility study will do will allow us to look at the areas where internet service providers are very unlikely to build out to because of the low return on investment, and really identify the different technologies, which may include satellite at the end of the day, or wireless or unlicensed fixed wireless, be able to make real good decisions. And so what the contractor is responsible for is not just looking at all of that data that exists. They actually have to create GIS mapping They have to do significant community engagement so that we're getting information about what is lacking. I mean, a good example is just our recent Board of Supervisors meeting when the woman from Reddington was here talking about what was happening in her community. So these are the kinds of things that we will be doing outreach about as part of that. They're also, as part of their mapping, having to provide us with all of the current assets available to us that we might be able to leverage to expand broadband internet, as well as ideas for public-private partnerships so that we can do that. And, there's more stuff. They have to provide a whole bunch of stuff more than just looking at the current data or doing a literature review.
Okay, and Chair Scott, Ms. Simon, it sounds like you don't believe there's going to be like a cut and paste thing and then they get $450,000 from the feds, right?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, absolutely not. And I will tell you why. We had 18 companies respond to this RFP, and there were a number of companies that did just that. That's how they replied to our RFP, saying that they would look at the different data points and that they would pull that information together to give us a report. That's not what we're asking for. We are asking for design concepts, financial projections, mapping, identification of all of the internet service providers in our community and what are their price points so that we can help people get connected to the internet, because it's required. It is no longer a luxury. And we need that data all in one place. And that will help us make decisions, not only for the work that we're doing with the Middle Mile project, but for future efforts that we're trying to take in areas of our county.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor. Now we will move to reapprove item number 36.
Second.
And moved and seconded? Yes. Okay. All right. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines.
Chair
Supervisor Cano.
I'm hoping that we might be able to get a legal opinion on an instance like this. It's the second time over the last several weeks where we've had a potential reconsideration of an item, and I think I would feel more comfortable moving forward as one supervisor to get some clarity on what we can and cannot do, because I don't want this to become a habit. And if we're not following compliance with our legal responsibilities, then we're not doing our job. So I want to make sure that we do that.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. I know that there were issues related to reconsideration that were addressed by an opinion that the board received. In this particular instance, you were okay with us suspending the rules for reconsideration, but I agree with Supervisor Cano that we don't want to make that a normal pattern of behavior. So perhaps the issue is to look at how the board's rules for reconsideration are written. I think they've been in place for some time. Was that consistent with what you were requesting, Supervisor?
Yeah, and really just for some more context, it's not clear to me that we need to vote on the contract again. I thought we were just saying yes to the discussion. So I got lost in the midst of that. And I think that's where kind of that flow chart or however it's presented to us might be really helpful, right? And then, yeah, if there are reforms needed to board policy on reconsideration of items, is there a formal process of requesting that just at the meeting or at the next meeting, right? Yeah, so it's just...
So you're requesting, Supervisor, that as our parliamentarian, Mr. Brown, look at our rules for reconsideration and make any suggestions for revision?
Yep.
That may be necessary?
That's right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. That clear, Mr. Brown? All right. Thank you all very much. And Supervisor Hines, all your questions got answered? All right. And Ms. Simon, thank you especially to you. I don't know where you had to come from to get in here, but thanks so much. We appreciate it. All right. Now I'm going to go to item number 18.
Did we vote?
Oh, we didn't vote. I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. All those in favor of approving item number 36 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Thank you. That's important to do. All right, now we're on item number 18, which is our legislative agenda. And I'd like to draw your attention to the legislative agenda and the categories that are covered. And I'd like to make an amendment to add a condition, add an area of focus to section D, which is fortify public safety. And I'm going to make this amendment based on a meeting that I had with the local leadership of the NAACP. And they asked us to consider this addition to the agenda. It's consistent with legislation that the board has supported in the past. So what I'm proposing is, if you look at the section that says fortify public safety, after number 3, add a new number 4. And that number 4 would say, support criminal justice reform efforts, including but not limited to the elimination of cash bond and the restoration of voter rights.
Second?
All right, moved and seconded. And again, that comes at the request of the local NAACP. They're working with the state NAACP on this. I should say this is something that would be part of our legislative program, but not necessarily something we would bring before the Legislative Policy Summit of the County Supervisors Association. All right, any discussion on that, Supervisor Hines?
I had something else I wanted to add, but we should probably discuss and vote on yours first.
Yes, thank you, sir. All those in favor of that amendment indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I was hoping to add a request for our contract lobbyists to work during this next legislative session to I guess check in with other counties and explore the potential for allowing other county boards, including of course our own, to hire independent counsel. That's difficult for us to do right now, and I think that that is something that has been previously adjudicated a bit in Maricopa County, but I think that that could potentially be of significant benefit for us and other counties as well. And I don't know how possible that will be in this next session, but it would be something I would like Mr. Rossi to start exploring.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
if Supervisor Hines is putting that in the form of a motion, I'd be glad to second it.
Yes, that was in the form of a long rambling motion. Thank you.
And that would require legislative action?
I'm surprised, Chair Scott, I am surprised that it would require legislative action, but right now our board is restricted to county attorney basically only, unless there's a conflict, or for the purposes of litigation, we could actually just go out and hire anybody just like that. But for like just general legal counsel advice or whatever like that, it's there might be a way, but it's not really been tested. So I think that a statutory solution would be the most clear and definitive way to make that happen. So yes.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Just to reinforce what Supervisor Hines is saying, but I wouldn't try to restrict it to advice versus litigation. I would like to say that we would be able to enact that right at any particular time under any particular instance.
Whatever the board wants.
I don't know if you know this right off the top of your head, Mr. Brown, but what are the current statutory restrictions for boards of supervisors?
Yeah, you're correct, Chair Scott. I don't know all of the answers off the top of my head, but generally the county attorney is the attorney for the board. And if the board chooses in a certain situation based on the facts to hire counsel, it is the county attorney who will decide who that outside counsel is, depending on the situation.
I'm sorry, Administrator Lesher, do you want to say something?
No, I was just answering that question. Yes, it's in statute.
Okay,
And
all right. Go ahead, Supervisor Hines.
And
It's
just
okay.
my understanding, talking to some outside counsel as well as the county attorney herself, based on some case law that exists on a particular issue, this board could vote to find that there is a lack of harmony with the county attorney and us, and on that particular, for that situation, then engage other counsel independently, but it wouldn't be something that we could just do freely. So that's why I'm seeking a statutory solution. And again, I don't know how possible it's going to be in 2026. I just think it is something that could be a benefit to this board potentially in the future, and certainly other boards as well. And that should be something that we have him explore.
And Mr. Chair,
Supervisor.
again, just to reinforce the situation that Supervisor Hines is bringing up, it should not be limited to areas such as a second opinion, not just litigation and not just having an outside counsel approach or address something. But if we should wish to seek a second opinion, I would like to see that would be included in your request as well.
I want statutory authority potentially for anything that any independent counsel use that a majority of any county board deems as most appropriate for their own purposes, whatever that is. So yeah, I'm trying to keep it as general as possible.
So just to put this into motion language, you're suggesting that we add to the legislative agenda request that the contracted lobbyists look into statutory authority for boards of supervisors to contract with outside counsel without seeking permission from the county attorney.
Yes, that's good. I like that.
And that's what you're seconding, Supervisor Christie? Yes. Supervisor Cano, do you know if anything like this has come up in discussion at the legislature in your recent time? And it did during yours too, Supervisor Hines? Okay.
I know it's come up sometimes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Not aware of it and not in support of adding that to our legislative agenda for the time being. I think what is really important with the agenda is that it's open for modifications throughout the year. It's meant to be an inclusive document that will guide our lobbying efforts. And I think, generally speaking, what's most important is that we also get our county attorney to be able to opine on this before the board moves on this item, in my opinion.
I appreciate that. And you raise another important point, which is, and Administrator Lesher and I were talking about this earlier, which is that this is not a document that can only be amended now. It can be amended in the future as well. And I appreciate your suggestion that we get the county attorney to, as you said, opine on this before we vote on it. And you indicated, Supervisor Hines, that you had had a conversation with Ms. Conover about this?
Yeah, it went kind of like this. No.
And Mr. Chair, I can attest to the same thing. I was admonished and warned and heavily lobbied by the county attorney not to ever even consider seeking outside counsel because there could be ramifications involved in that.
And I will remind Chair Scott and my colleagues, just last year when we had a rogue sheriff, I think violating multiple election laws again and again and again, abusing from an electoral standpoint his opponent at the time, we referred that to, well, kind of posthumously, but we referred that to the county, to the attorney general. But at the time, we could not be represented by the county attorney. These kinds of things happen multiple times. Recently, on the as the representative to PAG RTA, we had a very unexpected, precipitous departure of the retained counsel for PAG RTA, and in going through the process that required an executive session, looking at an interim director, all that kind of stuff, I was told multiple times by our county attorney and their office, very politely, but kick rocks. I mean, it was like, sorry, we don't work for PAG RTA. We can't offer you, though you are the county representative to PAG RTA, we cannot offer you legal advice. on anything, on some stuff, but open meeting law, no, we adjudicate that, we can't talk to you about that. And I mean, come on, it's not just that, but there have been multiple occasions where our needs have not been adequately served, I think. And so whether it's a situation like that happening again, or it just seems to me like this board and others could be better served by having a different type of legal counsel relationship. And that's not a disrespectful thing at all. I'm just noticing a system that doesn't work well. And I know other boards, including Maricopa's Board of Supervisors, have tried this as well and are interested in this. So I can't speak for other boards or other people, but I do think this does make sense to at least explore.
Well, knowing that we can amend this at any point, and knowing that the legislative session isn't going to start up until January, I would like to formally request, Mr. Brown, that we get an opinion on this suggestion from the county attorney. And Ms. Lesher, I'd like you to please reach out to the County Supervisors Association, see if there's been any similar action taken in other counties. And perhaps, Mr. Brown, you could also ask Ms. Conover to reach out to her professional association, because I know the attorneys general have one as well. But I agree with Supervisor Cano. I don't want to decide this today. We don't have to decide it today. And I'd like to get as much input as possible before we make a decision. So I won't be able to support the amendment today.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I just wanted you to know, I do have an opinion already on that very same issue from prior requests for outside counsel.
Oh, that's right. I recall that.
And the answer was basically, could you say it again, Supervisor?
No.
All right. That's true. I remember that. I remember that, Supervisor Christie. And maybe that we could have that reissued as part of what I'm requesting. All right. Let's do Supervisor Allen, anything that you wanted to say?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's go to a vote on this amendment. Let's do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Allen?
No.
Supervisor Cano?
No.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Chair Scott?
No. All right. That's defeated by a vote of 2-3 with Supervisors Christie and Hines in support. I will move approval of the 2026. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have something else, Supervisor Allen? My apologies. Go ahead, please.
That's all right. I wanted to also propose an amendment to the protect the taxpayer section of the legislative agenda to direct our lobbyists to investigate the elimination of the exemption of data centers to state and local sales tax. But data centers are not a new industry anymore to Arizona. This exemption was established in 2013. Since then, the industry has proliferated across the state. Continuing with this exemption when this industry is already firmly rooted at a time when Arizona is facing severe economic impact, city, county, state budgets are severely strained, just doesn't make sense any longer. So for as an example, and I'm not presuming that these are the perfect, precise numbers, but we're estimating that the equipment costs for Project Blue at about $2.4 billion, which would mean that the city, county, and state are collectively losing out on roughly $209 million in sales tax revenue. So that, combined with the impact on our communities, water use, energy demand, air quality, noise pollution, it just doesn't feel like there is a need to have such a substantive tax break. Generally, these things are used as incentives to pull industry here, establish some new routes. So, and I guess I would also note that there is increasing concern around this proliferation. So I think that this is something that on our agenda I've been led to believe might actually garner some bipartisan support and might gain some traction. We have seen just recently new regulations introduced in Phoenix, Mesa, Marana, Chandler, all have some new regulations related to data centers. And we recently saw some comments from a member of the Arizona Corporation Commission as well. So I think there's a little bit of a shift in tide, and I think this is something that would deeply benefit the financial state of our community.
I'll second that. And with the, I don't know if it's in much, but the concern that as a legislator, and I know my colleague Supervisor Cano can reflect on this as well. One of the most frustrating things as a legislator was that you can slash taxes, you can add an exemption, add a tax credit with a simple majority vote, which happened again and again and again and again. And to remove a tax credit, to remove an existing exemption, or to raise any sort of assessment tax, whatever, that requires a super majority vote of the legislature, and it is just the stupidest thing ever. So not even Utah does that. Anyway, so I do support that.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I think injecting in this in a Pima County matter during the middle of a pending transaction with a data center, before it has even been approved, before it's even been annexed, could create a situation where the end user was relying on certain conveyances that were made to them in order to come here. And in the middle of this, before it's even approved, I think it's putting the cart before the horse and opening up Pima County to lawsuits. And it could have a detrimental effect on the entire situation, and could expose Pima County to a very vulnerable state at this particular time. I think after the deal is either, if it should come to fruition, then perhaps we can revisit it. But at this particular time, before it's even in place, I think it would be exposing the entire project, not only for failure, but for a lawsuit to the county.
Supervisor Hines.
I just, on that point that Supervisor Christie is making, I think this would be a question for our legal counsel. My understanding is that we would incur potential liability for doing anything that would somehow make us not in good faith pursuing, if we did something to sort of like torpedo the real estate contract or
Breach of contract.
Yeah, would adding something to the legislative our legislative priorities like this, would you think that would be it doesn't seem like a meaningful sort of torpedoing of a contract we voted on. That's the only thing that would bring us liability, I think, but I wanted to hear you.
Right. Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, I think a general addition to the legislative agenda would not create liability. Something more specific I'd be more concerned about.
Okay, thank you.
I will just say I'm generally opposed to the legislature putting in exemptions, credits that detract from public revenue unless there is some economic incentive that is going to lift all boats. That doesn't usually happen. I can't support this amendment because it is specifically targeted at one very topical and specific area, but I'm generally in support of what you're saying, Supervisor Allen. I'd rather take it on in a more general way, but to Supervisor Hines's point, because we have, and I think we've had since 1992, that amendment to the Arizona State Constitution, rolling back any credit or cut or exemption requires a 2/3 vote of both houses of the legislature. So I think we'd also be asking our lobbyists to do something that's extraordinarily unlikely. Any other discussion on this?
I'm just wondering if it would be a more prudent way to handle this thing by tabling it until we do get a formal legal opinion from the county attorney.
You're talking about tabling the motion that Supervisor Allen has made?
Correct, on the legislative agenda.
And what are you requesting from the
A
county
full
attorney?
legal opinion from the county attorney's office.
In terms of whether or not this would affect?
Create a breach of contract situation or propose liability to the county.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but this is adding, just to clarify what this is not, it is not us passing an ordinance or a resolution. This is us adding a piece to our legislative agenda that only if under the best of circumstances is successful, is approved in next year's legislative session, which would come into effect after they sign and die. This is, I don't see how this would actually affect the implementation of what is currently on the table. The motivation behind it is looking ahead. And how do we start to not open up, try to slow down the floodgates of what I think is coming here for our community.
Chair Scott.
Supervisor Khan.
So I too would like to see us delay the conversation about specific language related to any tax exemption until we're able to really as a board figure out how we're going to put some more meat on the bones for our legislative strategy in the year ahead. I'm not sure where our contract lobbyists are on the federal or state side right now, but I'm going to take it that the county administrator can certainly speak to our legislative agenda. Supervisor Allen's suggestion I am supportive of because less revenue means less in our state shared revenue, and that's what impacts counties and cities. And so I do believe that somewhere in this beautiful document there is the ability, the adaptability for our lobbying team to be able to go in and make that case for Pima County opposes carve-outs that hurt our state shared revenue, but I want to make sure that we're providing the best language moving forward. And so I commit to figuring out how we can do that at another meeting. And I think because I want to talk generally about the legislative agenda, I'm going to keep those comments to that right now and then would like to talk generally with the overall motion.
Supervisor Kano, if you are putting that in the form of a motion to table it, I second it.
Well, I mean, I think it's really Supervisor Allen. How would you like to proceed? Would you like to vote on the specific exemption now?
Yeah, I think I'd rather, and then, we could bring it back up if need be, but yeah. And just say I've done legwork on it and I have talked to people about it and including the language, but if.
What's the specific language?
To investigate the elimination of data centers, apostrophe state and local sales tax exemptions.
All right. I agree with Supervisor Kano. I mean, he did a better job of expressing what I said earlier, which is I'm generally opposed to, as you call them, carve-outs. But I think having a specific reference to a specific carve-out doesn't allow us to weigh in on the larger issue, which is all of these carve-outs that affect not just state shared revenue, but revenue for the entire state. Go ahead, Supervisor, please.
I think we also, I agree, but in order we have a greater likelihood of success in being specific, right? In a legislative strategy, and I say that with sitting next to a couple of legislators. I think in a legislative strategy, having the larger trying to fight the bigger fight, far less likelihood of success. But trying to fight a specific fight, around a increasing concern of data centers in particular that is shared by local government around the state, there is a far greater likelihood of success on one. And sometimes it is beneficial to get the one win on one item and then proceed the larger fight to the next item, because this state tax exemption is written specifically. It's not a subset of something broader. It is a very specific exemption. So that's.
If I may, Chair Scott, just one
Please.
more quick weird thing. The legislators, I feel like we're talking too much, but I was able to get the last blue law eliminated as one of my crowning achievements as a legislator. That would be you can't drink on Sunday between 6 a.m. until 10 a.m. Everyone is welcome, P.S. So I did that, like Andy Biggs voted for my bill. Andy Biggs, Congressman Biggs, yeah. So it is really interesting when you get a specific, sometimes kind of a little bit of a niche issue, you can find so many people, and I needed a majority, not a supermajority. So I'm not saying this is likely. I'm just saying that if there's already bipartisan interest in something like this, I had way more than a supermajority though. I think I had pretty darn near a supermajority for this. Frank Antonori, who was appointed to move from the House over to the Senate, he was like my Republican guy in the House, and then he got appointed to fill Jonathan Payton's seat, and then he tossed it on the liquor board reauthorization bill, which really pissed off Brewer. Anyway, so but it got done. So it's really interesting how the sausage is made to the legislature. So I think we can be more creative about these kinds of things, and that's why I seconded the motion. If this is already bipartisan supported, it might actually go. So I think we should give it a chance.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments, questions? Right, let's do a roll call vote on this.
Supervisor Allen?
Yes.
Supervisor Cano?
No.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Chair Scott?
No. Yeah, that is defeated by a vote of 2-3 with Supervisors Allen and Hines in favor. Unless there are no further amendments, Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I want to thank the county administrator for putting together this legislative agenda. I do want at our next meeting for us to get either a memo or a presentation from our contract lobbyists on the prior legislative session and wins, highs and lows, to be able to figure out how we are going to be proactive in the year ahead. We are the second largest county and receive the second lowest amount of appropriations from this legislative session, and that needs to change. It's not a criticism, it's just an opportunity for us to be able to be very specific about what kind of ask we're going to be making as a county and as a region with our jurisdictional partners. I believe that there are legislators on both sides of the aisle that want to bring wins to Pima County, and I want more wins. And I do believe that we'll be able to proceed with this legislative agenda with that in mind. And I also commit to Supervisor Allen figuring out language that will honor the spirit of the motion that was just defeated, so that we can really begin to have a conversation about the local impact of what the state's inaction or action really is. I mean, we are at the mercy as a county to our state legislature in the state of Arizona, and I do wholeheartedly believe that carve-outs have been disastrous to our bottom line because state shared revenues have gotten us to where we're at today. And so I commit to figuring out with Supervisor Allen the specific tasks that we need to empower our lobbyists to be able to advocate on our behalf at our next meeting.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Just very quickly, there are a number of items that I don't particularly care for, nor could I support if they were standalone in the legislative agenda. However, there are several that are near and dear to District 4's heart, and that is dealing with wildfire mitigation, as well as the insurance issue of folks being unable to obtain adequate fire insurance for their homes, as well as rising premiums. And there are several items on the agenda addressing that. And even though there are others that I can't, I will be supporting the legislative agenda on that basis.
Thank you, Supervisor. And Ms. Lesher, will you check to see if Mr. Rossi is available on August 5th per Supervisor Kano's request? And we could put that under the county administrator section of the agenda. All right. Okay. So I will move approval of the, looking at the right title on the agenda. I will move approval of resolution number 2025-24, which is the 2026 legislative agenda. As amended. Thank you, Ms. Manriquez.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Thank you to all my colleagues for that discussion. We have only one item left on the agenda, which is Board of Supervisors representative updates on boards, committees, and commissions in any other municipalities. You might.
I use like an hour, so
I think your report's done. But Supervisor Allen.
Mine's quick. Neither entity met since our last meeting.
All right. Thank you very much. Supervisor Kano, anything you wanted to share? All right. And I will just note that the Board of Directors of the Chamber of Southern Arizona met last week and did vote unanimously to advocate for the support of Project Blue with the Tucson City Council. All right. Mr. Brown. Oh, is he asking for a delaying tactic? Who wins if I don't do it?
we consider something else.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.